Okay, good morning everybody. It's 10 o'clock and the hearings are resumed. This is a continuation of the Matter 6 session into the site allocations of the Harrow local plan. Could I issue the usual reminders, please? All mobiles turned off or switched to silent. And we're not anticipating any fire drills as far as I'm aware, so if there is one, it's exit straight behind you. So in the first instance, I'll ask the Council to continue to introduce those officers who will be speaking on behalf of the Council today. We have one site allocation to deal with, which was not dealt with yesterday, which is GB1, and then we will be on with the agenda as issued, which is all the remaining site allocations contained within the plan which are outside of the opportunity area. Once the Council have introduced themselves, I'll then go around the table and ask the rest of you to introduce yourselves and who you are representing. And should you then wish to be brought into the discussion, please just lift your nameplate at an appropriate time. I will bring you in, and then please remember to just tilt the nameplate so I can see it obviously at the angle I'm sitting, and remember to put it back down when you've spoken. And also, just in terms of the microphones, you must use the system, please, but don't touch the base unit if at all possible, just purely to turn on and off, which is the right-hand button, which will go red, and then please remember to turn it off afterwards. Okay, so if the Council could introduce those officers then for this morning.
Thank you very much, Ma'am. So first is myself, Saira Kadir-Sheikh, King's Counsel, barrister appointed by Harrow Council. Then to my immediate left is Mr. Viv Evans, who is the Council's Chief Planning Officer. To his left is Mr. David Hughes, who is the Head of Planning Policy. To his left is Mr. Callum Sayers, who is a Principal Planning Policy Officer. And next to him is Mr. I haven't got your, Gavin Ball. Yeah, I haven't got it on the list there. Oh, yes, it is there, sorry. Mr. Gavin Ball, immediately to his left. And then next to him is Helena Wagg, who is the Principal Urban Design Officer. And Orla Murphy is sitting there behind me. She is the Head of Development Management.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Nicola Forster from Savills, representing Whitbread PLC.
Just lift your nameplate in front, thank you.
My name's Jodie Cox. I'm representing Transport for London Spatial Planning.
Morning, Ma'am. I'm Brendan Hodges from Places for London, which is TfL's commercial property company.
Thank you.
Penny Moss from Addison Young, representing Aldi Stores Limited.
Michael Schwartz, representing the Oldley Onion.
And Rebecca Jobber-Bell, former planning consultant, representing Oldley Onions.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody not clear on the administrative arrangements in terms of being brought into the discussion? Good. Okay. Do the Council have any housekeeping matters to raise?
No, Ma'am, there's no housekeeping matters. I mean, there was an issue that you raised yesterday about NPPF 24,
yes.
Green Belt and Golden Rules.
Yes.
Do you want me to address that now? Or?
Probably once we come on to GB1. Yeah.
That's fine.
But there isn't anything else?
No.
No, okay.
I mean, that you raised that in the context of GB2, but possibly the same principles might apply.
I said it was mainly to do with GB1.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll deal with site GB1, which is the Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital site. So same format as yesterday, please. The Council to introduce the site, highlight any main modifications which the Council consider are necessary for soundness, any changes to the site boundary, capacity, all the factors that were listed at 12.9, I think it is, or 12.8 in my MIQs.
Morning, Ma'am. Thank you. Start with the mods for GB1. Just a minor mod or additional mod in terms of surface water flooding. Just a short amendment there.
And what page is that, sorry?
Sorry, that is on page 23 of the mods. There's also a further development principle in relation to archaeological desk-based assessments. In terms of the allocation itself, the council is of the opinion that the boundary is drawn correctly. There is no change to the delivery program or time frame, which is 11 to 15 years, and the indicative residential capacity remains the same as set out in the allocation. There is
Sorry, I think the way we're continuing with all these allocations is the residential capacity is going to be expressed as a minimum. So you're not going to have an indicative range.
apologies, yes,
Yeah.
that's picked up, you say, yeah, yes, minimums.
So what are you suggesting then, the 347?
Okay. So it would be a minimum of 500 units.
Right.
So the site objective is the modernisation of the hospital that's located currently on the site. And with leading land uses of obviously the hospital, research and innovation institutions, and green belt.
Yeah. And then shall we, well, maybe it might be useful to, I think you know that I've got issues with this site in terms of not the, it's an existing site within the green belt, so nothing to do with it being an existing hospital site within the green belt, but the fact that the council suggesting that would benefit from an allocation for residential use of 500 units when you're suggesting that you're not amending the green belt boundaries. That's not a process that the council's gone down, but this site would be allocated for 500 units. So that's the part I have an issue with. And then the explanation provided at 12.14 it didn't really help me, I'm afraid. So can we just go through the question as I raise, and you tell, because your response was yes and no, so I need to understand which bits are yes and which bits are no. So the plan does not propose the release of site from the green belt. That's right. Correct. Yeah. And no exceptional circumstances have been put forward. That's also correct.
Well, they don't need to be, because that's the test for changing the green belt.
Yeah. So those statements are correct. And then you say yes and no is the response at 12.14.1. And then you seem to start saying that this should be looked at in the context of the framework in terms of 152 to 156 rather than 142 to 151. But I'm examining the plan. I'm not looking at a planning application. So are you still saying that's correct? Pardon?
I don't think that's relevant to you. I think this actually,
So, well, if that's not relevant in terms of the framework, which part of the framework are you suggesting would justify the approach that the council is taking in terms of this site?
what's not relevant, Mum, just to be clear, is in this paragraph 1, where it says yes and then no. I mean, this could have all been written differently. I think all it's trying to say is that this is not a site or allocation that you need to be concerned about exceptional circumstances. At a planning application stage, it will be a very special circumstances test. I think that's all this is saying, this paragraph.
Well, sorry, but that's not what it's saying.
It's not, but that's what it, because it's...
Okay, well, I can only go on what the council's told me, and that's what I prepare on in terms of the MIQ responses.
No, I understand that, but I'm just trying to explain, because the yes and the then no point, that I think that you raised a minute ago.
So it's a site that will be subject to very special circumstances test should an application come forward. But surely by proposing an allocation for 500 units, which would potentially be an adopted plan, you are preempting that very special circumstance test, which is a much higher bar than amending a boundary within a local plan. Everybody knows that, I think.
Yeah, I think that, so I think you can respond to this,
Yeah,
because the
I'll
question,
do this.
you follow the point, which is,
I do,
are you preempting, and if so, why?
yes. So, Ma'am, if I go through the reasons why we think an allocation is needed for this site, that might help with the first question I heard you ask, which was, why then are you allocating this site? And not looking at revising the Greenbelt boundary. So the reasons why we think an allocation of this site continues to be the right way forward. It is already an allocation in the existing adopted local plan for Harrow. But the reasons why we think it should continue to be an allocation is A, it's a unique site. Its history is unique. It is a health and medical facility of both national and international significance. The Council has worked with the Greater London Authority and the Department for Health and the hospital since its original establishment, the early last century, to support the investment of the modernisation of the hospital, and wishes to continue that formal commitment to supporting the redevelopment of the hospital. The location is in the Greenbelt, and the site also has parts of it within the red line allocation which are of significant importance for biodiversity. That means the redevelopment of the site and the residential development required to contribute to enabling the hospital to be modernised needs to be carefully controlled. The Council has previously adopted a master plan for the redevelopment of the hospital. I'll just wait a minute. You say when you're ready to carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
we're okay now, yeah.
Yeah. So the Council has previously adopted a master plan for the redevelopment of the hospital, which was prepared and adopted formally in consultation with the hospital and the GLA, and in doing so accepted in principle that very special circumstances exist in principle, based on the importance of the site for the delivery of specialised orthopaedic surgery and rehabilitation, both nationally and regionally. The Council considers the site currently to be a major development site in the Greenbelt, in accordance with the current London Plan and the MPPF 23. The Council does not consider the site to be grey belt currently. The Council, however, as I think I mentioned previously, is taking part in the GLA's review of the Metropolitan Greenbelt, which includes the potential for identifying grey belt strategically within the GLA area. Detailed boundaries of the green belt and grey belt will be left by the next London Plan to individual London boroughs to determine via their next local plans. So it may well be that the result of the evidence base for the next London Plan may identify this as grey belt, or it may identify a need to revise the green belt boundary, but we're not at that point yet.
No.
So that's why we think an allocation is still vitally important, and we think it probably will continue to be vitally important even if it were to be taken out of the green belt or identified as grey belt. So, mainly because the amount of residential development needs to be kept to the minimum required to invest in the modernisation of the hospital. So that's why we consider the allocation to be right, and that a continued investment in the development of the master plan to control the areas of land within the site needs to be carefully controlled. So those are the reasons why we think the allocation is important. It's not just a simple allocation of the whole site, it's an allocation which will then control where and what quantum of development is needed to invest in the future of the hospital. The delivery of the modernisation of the hospital is the objective. The development will be a contribution towards that because most investment will come from central government here.
Okay.
And then the latest application, which was for 4 operating theatres at the site, was regarded as inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, but very special circumstances were identified both by us and also by the GLA for why that was allowed to be granted.
Yeah, and so just so you're clear, I don't take any issue with you allocating it as what's happening there on the ground in terms of it being a hospital and everything that you've put in the description in terms of it being within the Greenbelt. And in that context, the part I have an issue with it is the allocation then for 500 residential units and how that falls within this examination process, because I probably still need you to respond on what, if assuming that allocation went forward, how would that not be preempting that very special circumstances exist?
I think you do think they're likely to exist, don't you?
Yes, I do, yeah. We've accepted that in principle. When the council previously allocated the site, we accepted that in principle very special circumstances exist to develop residential development in the Greenbelt,
Right.
but that it should be at the minimum required to invest in the new hospital.
Okay, so if you just tell me where so I just want to quickly look at the adopted local plan.
Because that's got housing in it too, doesn't
That's
it?
got 300 and something units allocated in it as well, Mark.
You just remind me of the
I don't
document
have that.
reference number.
We don't have that open.
Yeah, let's pull it out.
Sorry, is it the site allocations ADLP04? Is that it?
Yes. Do you want me to pull the existing plan up, Mum? Are you going to refer to it?
No, I want to see what the existing site allocation says.
Yeah.
So it's in that July 2013 document, is it?
Yeah.
And do you know the page number?
Is it in the allocations document on the core strategy? Allocations. What page?
Page 60. It's page 60.
Page 60.
Royal National.
So that was 127 units.
It says 347. What's this?
Page 60,
Yeah.
site GB1, site area is the same as what you're proposing. Number of homes, gross and net 127.
Yeah, if you look at the relevant planning history, ma'am, on
What?
page 61, relating to the site, on the 5.1, middle of the paragraph, on the 19th of December 2012, the council received a further planning application for a new hospital and up to 347 dwellings.
Yeah.
So that's where the current planning permission on the site exists. And we are proposing to raise that from 347 to 500 in the new local plan.
Right, but the adopted...
The adopted plan said 100, as you say, 127. Yeah. the principle of...
But, sorry, so, and we'll come on to,
Yeah.
well, let's deal with this now. So this permission has lapsed, is that correct?
I'd have to check that. Highly likely, I'll have to check that now for you, factually. Now, the first phase of the hospital redevelopment has taken place and is complete on site.
Can I just confirm that it does say in the draft local plan that it's lapsed,
Yeah.
and only the hospital part of it was ever implemented?
That's correct. Yeah, no residential development has taken place on the site yet.
So has the 347 units lapsed then?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So that was from 2012. So your adopted local plan says 127 units, is it? And then this master plan that you're talking about, is that part of the evidence base, and is that an adopted document?
It was an adopted document, and that too has lapsed within the last 12 months. We've commenced discussions with the hospital on updating it.
So it no longer it's no longer.
It's not part of the evidence base.
And the point I've made about the framework?
The point about the framework?
Yeah. Sorry, not the point I raised yesterday, just the point about, so you're saying what was said at 12.14.1 is not correct. So in terms of plan making and the framework, which part of the framework are you asking me to look at in terms of this site and Greenbelt?
I didn't hear what... Mum, I wasn't here yesterday. I don't know which point you made about...
Oh, no,
the
we're not on to that. No, we're not on to that. So 12.14.1, so you've clarified it. No, it's not an exceptional circumstances and not touching the boundaries. Is specific, the responses, you say this should be considered in the context of development affecting the Greenbelt at 152 to 156 rather than the proposed alteration of Greenbelt boundaries 142 to 151, and I think you've just said no, that's not correct. So I'm asking the question, okay, if that's not correct, in terms of examining this local plan, which part of the framework in terms of Greenbelt are you suggesting I look at in terms of this site allocation?
I need a minute to get the 23 framework, Mum, you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I repeat what I've said, I take no issue with what you've said in terms of the existing site, the function and the role that that performs and what the aspirations might be for that. It's specific to allocating a Greenbelt site for 500 units when you are not amending looking to amend the Greenbelt boundaries.
Just while Mr. Evans is pulling up the document, as I've understood it, your question's going back to the point you made earlier about whether the very special circumstances point has been prejudged. Is that what you're going back to?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, in terms of Greenbelt,
yeah.
the framework is where we start, isn't it? And in terms of examining a plan,
Yeah.
it's very clear as to the routes, the options available
Yeah.
in terms of Greenbelt sites. And I don't see that the approach that you're taking fits with the framework.
Well, which is the part that you're concerned about? Because it's not, obviously we're not reviewing the boundaries, that's clear.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, I mean, there's no prohibition on allocating in the green belt, or rather washing over as this site is, and bearing in mind the background to it, that it's already a developed site.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not immediately sure what is the concern.
Oh, I'm quite concerned if you don't know what the concern is.
No, well, I mean, I think we want to
Proposing
answer
an
your-
allocation
yeah.
for 500 residential
Yeah.
units
Yeah.
in the Greenbelt,
Yeah.
and you're not amending your Greenbelt boundaries.
Yes.
Correct.
We're not looking at a planning application.
Correct.
We're examining a local plan, and the framework is quite clear in terms of the routes that you can go down for Greenbelt sites. And I think what you're suggesting is an allocation that recognises that there are very special circumstances here. And I'm asking you to point me to the part of the framework that says in plan making, you can decide that there are very special circumstances and allocate sites in such a manner that you're proposing.
Would it be possible for me to make a comment?
Yep.
This is one of the things that's causing us great concern, is that there is placing a lot of weight on uncertain sites with no confidence that they can actually be delivered in the plan period. The suggestion that there's very special circumstances, but we don't know what those are, and it's not appropriate to allocate a site on that basis and take a chance on an application being acceptable. If I was the owner of the site, I wouldn't be comfortable with that, because I would be thinking, I'm going to make a planning application and I don't know whether it's going to be acceptable. An allocated site should give them that certainty, and therefore it should also, to be taken into account in the delivery of the housing numbers that the council are relying on, it should give the inspector that certainty that those numbers are valid and are going to come forward in the plan period. And we can already see that this site has been in and out for the last 15 years and nothing's actually happened in terms of housing. It's not reliant on the housing to deliver the hospital improvements, because those are already happening. And so it's a very weak argument to say that there's justification for up to 500 units on this site and that we might actually see them.
The plan-making aspects of the green belt in the MPPF are all about, as you can imagine, what are the 5 purposes of green belt, defining green belt boundaries, making decisions about whether to change green belt boundaries, etc.
Yeah.
So there's nothing in there that, in my opinion, forms a basis for assessing whether to allocate the site in the green belt. I think where we consider paragraphs 152 to the end of 156 is where this site comes in for consideration, and that's where we would base the reasoning behind why we are proposing to allocate, why it was allocated previously, and why it should continue to be allocated. The site has already received planning permission for 347 units of residential development in the Greenbelt. The reconstruction and redevelopment of the hospital has begun. The Mayor considers it to be acceptable. The Mayor of London considers it to be acceptable. There are numerous sites in the metropolitan Greenbelt in other boroughs already allocated for in the same way as major development sites in the Greenbelt, controlled by master plans. So I think that's where we rely, is on the concepts of proposals affecting the Greenbelt.
Right, but 152 just defines that it's inappropriate if development is by definition harmful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
153 is clear when considering any planning application. That's not what we're doing here.
No, we're not doing it here.
No. So how can that
We're-
part of the framework be relevant to what we're considering?
Because there has been previously a permission granted, because it's important to control the way in which development is brought forward on this important Greenbelt site.
I don't take
we
any
do not-
issue.
we
I
do
don't
not
take any
agree.
issue with that.
No.
No.
Well,
But we still think an allocation is the right way to go about it.
Well, I mean, again, I think, I know you said you were quite concerned that we didn't understand what you were saying, but we're trying to help you. Is it the other way of looking at this? Does it go back to the question of whether this is deliverable based on the fact that very special circumstances would need to be shown at the application stage? The council's position on that's quite clear, that it considers, and that's in the note that you have as well, that very special circumstances, in the unique circumstances of this case, being a world-beating, is it a world-beating?
It is, yeah.
World-beating orthopedic
Yeah.
hospital, are likely to be shown, not least because they've been shown previously, it's been allocated previously, and if anything, its status seems to be rising nationally and internationally. So to that extent, yes, there is I mean, I think prejudging is a bit, isn't the right word, but there is a recognition of the likelihood, the realistic likelihood that very special circumstances will be shown on this site for the particular development they've identified.
Yeah, but those are all matters that one would consider at a planning application stage, and
Yes.
not at a local plan examination.
No, but you're still considering whether the allocation is sound. That's,
yes.
you're considering that point, aren't
Yes.
you? I mean, what you're not considering, I think the confusion here, at least for us, is that it's not always essential to amend a Greenbelt boundary to allocate a site in the Greenbelt. Greenbelt boundaries being amended is based on all sorts of different things,
Yeah.
whether the boundaries are defensible.
We're not revisiting
So we're not in
anything.
that world.
No, we're not.
We're not in that world. So in a sense, that aspect of the discussion has to be set aside.
Yeah.
So the question then is, can
And
you
we-
allocate a site, or can a site be allocated in the Greenbelt anyway, when you don't change the boundaries? And I think that's the route that we would see, is that is it sound, is it realistic, will it be delivered? And the obstacle here that you've identified is the VSCs. I'm not sure if there's another way of looking at it, because there isn't something in here that says if you want to allocate a site that's already in the Greenbelt, can you do it? I mean, that's not
In what, sorry?
in the NPPF.
No, but because it sets out what you do in terms of greenbelt and plan making, and it then
Yes.
sets out what you do in terms of assessing planning applications in greenbelt.
But Greenbelt, if you're changing the boundaries,
Yes.
that's what it deals with. But
Yes.
we're not doing that.
No,
Yeah.
in terms of plan making, because, yeah. Okay, and so I've made a note of what you've said, and then in terms of the fact that there was a previous consent, and that's now some time ago, and never come forward anyway, what's the council's view on that?
Yeah. So what's the fact that it didn't happen?
It didn't happen because, sorry, ma'am. Why did the previous permission lapse? Is that the question?
Well, what's the
why
likelihood
didn't
of
it
it
happen?
happening again? Since it didn't
Yeah.
happen then.
It didn't happen before because the match funding from central government wasn't made available at the time. Will it come forward again? Well, we're in the vagaries of central government funding of the NHS, but the hospital has made contact with us. We are currently discussing an updated master plan for the site. We're in the early days of doing that. They are looking at for a development partner to bring forward the western part of the site for residential development as the next phase. There's two phases, ma'am. There's an eastern side for residential development and a western side, and they've advised us that they're looking at the western part. And as with that, at that kind of detail stage, a pre-app stage. I'm not sure that I can divulge much more of the discussions I'm having with the NHS on that. But there's a realistic prospect of the western side coming forward. We're looking to enhance the number of units coming into the western part of the site to fund the next phase of the hospital redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you on that particular site.
Okay, thank you.
So move on then to O1, which is Waitrose, South Harrow.
Mum, I hesitate to bring it up, but...
Sorry, yes, we should have mentioned that.
the
So,
golden-
well, you can tell me what you'd like to tell me on that. It's probably going to fall away, but...
I think it probably falls away, actually, but I didn't want to leave it because it
No.
was a topic that came up. So I can just address you maybe on the general principle, and then if you've got further points specifically, let me know.
Yeah.
As I understood you yesterday, it was to consider the fact that potentially, if the plan is adopted, if these policies are in, for decision making, the 2024 NPPF would be a material consideration and a significant one
Yeah.
at that time. And in that, the approach to Greenbelt has changed. The changes are in two, there's two sort of legs of them. One would simply be it's inappropriate development and it has to demonstrate very special circumstances. That's the same leg.
Yeah.
The other is that for some reason, on an assessment, the site is regarded as grey belt or PDL,
Right.
which is a whole definition of its own.
Yeah.
But that's the only other alternative it can be. It's either green belt and you go down VSC, or it's grey belt or PDL. If it's grey belt or PDL, it then has to meet certain tests.
Yeah.
And if it meets those tests, it then has to meet the golden rules. And there are a series of golden rules.
Yeah.
And if it meets all of that, it's no longer inappropriate development in the green belt.
Yeah.
That's the point. So if it's not inappropriate development in the green belt, having met all of those tests, you will just determine it as you would do an ordinary planning application. But if it is not, it doesn't meet all those tests, it would be green belt. So and it would be very special circumstances. So I don't think ultimately it makes any particular difference to your consideration at this time, because you're looking at it from the higher test, which is VSCs.
Okay. It's let's remind ourselves of the paragraph. It's 156 and footnote 58,
Yep.
which is to do with removing sites from the greenbelt, which you're not doing. But then it's a cross-reference within that to, I think it's paragraph 67.
Yeah.
So paragraph 67 then refers to the golden rules, major development involving provision of housing either on land which is proposed to be released from the greenbelt, that's not you,
Yes.
or which may be permitted on land within the greenbelt. So as I read this framework, you would be caught by that second part.
If we're in the golden rules world,
Yeah.
if we're not in the golden rules world, then you're just caught by the very special circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah. 156 is specifically, requirement would be set at a high level, at least 50%. Yeah, this is, I think, I'll have to go back over this particular point, but this is where you are no longer inappropriate development. Yeah. So you sort of get out of the Greenbelt VSC test,
Yeah.
and to get out of it, you have to provide 50% affordable housing.
Yes.
So if you don't provide that, you're not in that
Yes.
that world.
So the approach that we are taking in terms of examinations is that council should be looking at making that clear in terms of allocations.
Should we be? I don't think so, because we are, at the moment, it's Greenbelt. It's under the 2023 NPPF.
Yeah.
And that's the world we're in. The only relevance of the 2024 NPPF will come in a decision-making context,
Yeah.
and that too, it'll be a matter for the council at that stage to decide what weight to give that NPPF 2024. I don't think we should preempt that now and say that those rules should be put into the local plan policy itself.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. So, it's 01,
Is that Callum?
Waitrose, South Harrow.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just picking up on your point before about indicative residential capacity, obviously we're changing to minimum residential capacity.
Yes.
By reason of that, there will be a change to almost all of the housing figures that are set out in the allocations going forward.
Yes.
So I will quote to you the revised figure for each of those.
Yeah.
For 01, there are modifications on page 23 in relation to car parking, which will be in line with London Plan standards.
Page what, sorry?
Sorry, page 23.
23, yeah.
So that's in relation to level of car parking in line with London Plan standards, amended requirements for the NHS floor space, and a flood zone amendment or modification also.
Right, and this NHS one you're going to pick up like the previous ones from yesterday, so...
Yes.
And so the parking will be in line with London Plan standards to serve the existing superstore.
Correct. So going forward, the site boundary is correctly drawn. The allocated uses are obviously for the supermarket, residential development. It does say NHS floor space. Picking up your point just then, open space on the site. The development time frame remains the same, 11 to 15 years, and the minimum residential capacity will be 136 dwellings.
£136.
That's correct.
Okay. So this, in terms of the London Plan standards, then this wouldn't be one where you would seek to apply greater flexibility in terms of the, given the location of this site?
No, ma'am, this is not a public car park per se for the town centre. It's for...
Yeah, no, not that point. The way the London Plan standards are, there is a separate section which then says that apply greater flexibility when it's... I'll just check the wording, actually.
I think it says some flexibility may be applied where retail sites are redeveloped outside of town centres, an area which are not served by public transport. Is that the one you're referring to? Policy
So which,
T6L.
Which subsection is it?
T6L.
L, thank you. Yeah. So T6L, which is page 423. So this wouldn't be a site that you would seek to do that on.
I'm happy to be flexible, and that would be demonstrated through any forthcoming planning application for the site.
Yeah, so the reason I'm saying that is because what you've said in terms of the development principles here, the second part. And sorry, the open space allocation, that's what's that concerning?
Sorry, to answer that
It
one.
says allocated for open space.
The open space is in recognition that there's a borough-wide deficit, but also deficit in the south of the borough, particularly for open space. So looking to try and re-provide some open space to help look to some way address that deficit.
Right, and which other site allocations have you applied that to?
I can get you a list of those. There are other ones across the borough that we have added open space designation requirements to.
So let's just look at the capacity document that you've done on this one, the Appendix 6, is it?
Page 34, Mum, if that helps.
34, thank you. Sorry, it's not PDF 34, is it?
It's PDF page 36.
Thank you. So in terms of the capacity exercise, is that, well, what's the open space, that part marked 2? This podium.
No, Mum, that is the Tesco, the Waitrose, the reprovision of the shop. The open space isn't specifically outlined on here, but there is space for that north of the darker blue buildings.
There is space, what? Sorry, I didn't know.
There is space. There is leftover space allocated for that open space, should it come forward, sort of between the darker blue and the brighter blue buildings.
Okay. So this is outside of the tall building zone, is that right?
Yes, Mum, that's correct.
Yeah, so, sorry. So why are you referring to the tall buildings guide set out in the, following the guidance set out in the tall buildings? I don't know what you mean by that.
Apologies, Mum, that should be finished with the tall buildings building height SPD 2023.
But this site is, but if somebody looks at that document, it will note that this site's not within a tall building zone.
Correct.
So what's
It's
the
not-
point in cross-referencing it?
It's not, the site is not located on the policies map as a tall building zone because it's not in the opportunity area.
Yeah.
The tall building building heights SPD does not relate to the opportunity area. It relates to all of the borough outside of the opportunity area.
Yeah.
So this site being outside of the opportunity area would trigger consideration against that SPD.
But you're going to, should this plan be adopted, you will have an adopted policy in terms of tall buildings which specifies where they are appropriate.
That's correct.
So why are you within the policy cross-referencing to a previous SPD then?
The SPD is adopted and it relates to building heights, not necessarily a tall building as per the London Plan definition. It'll be building heights or buildings that would be tall in their location.
Okay, so would you want to make that clear then? Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, O2.
Site 02 is the Roxeth Library and Clinic. There's no proposed mods for this site other than the housing, which I will give you. So this is a current library and healthcare clinic. The allocation is for a mixed-use development, which will improve the utilisation of the low-density town centre site. The boundary is drawn correctly. The development time frame remains 11 to 15 years with a minimum capacity of 17 units. And take your point around NHS floor space again.
Right, and then in terms of the development principles, could you just ensure the reference to additional NHS floor space is going to tie in with the wording that you're going to come up with in terms of the other NHS floor space references? Yeah. Okay, O3.
03 is the Northolt Road Nursery and Car Park. This is two sites that are with boundaries drawn correctly. The development is for a leading land use of residential supported by nursery or offices. The development time frame is 6 to 10 years with a minimum residential capacity of 41 units.
And in terms of what we've discussed yesterday on the parking,
Sorry, Mum, there are modifications to this, apologies, on page 24. So there is a modification in terms of parking standards, flood risk, and an additional development principle in relation to heritage, the historic environment.
right, so it says the requirements, where am I looking in terms of the wording? Is that the second point on the development principles, development of the car park? No. When you say this is a modification, what are you proposing to delete and replace it with?
So the second point under requirement is provision of appropriate level of car parking. It's proposed that that should be deleted as shown.
And then is it the text that says residential development? Is that what you're proposing as the amendment?
Yes.
I think, could you just be consistent in terms of the wording that you've already discussed yesterday? So should be in accordance with London Plan standards.
Yes, ma'am.
So just so I'm clear in terms of what we discussed yesterday, this is not the local plan management strategy site, it's just a standard, which is, yeah, okay. Job.
I just wanted to clarify, when we questioned in an earlier session about the council having proposed allocations of 5 sites that included some open space, the council's response was that each of those sites had the potential to be redeveloped whilst retaining that area of open space. But the way this is drafted, it doesn't actually refer to open space as being part of the allocated use or a requirement of the development, which is inconsistent with the response previously provided.
Sorry, this is on O2, is it? On O3?
On O3.
Sorry, where's the reference? Oh, designated open space part of site, yeah. And sorry, repeat what you just said.
So the council said that it was acceptable to propose an allocation of a partial open space designation,
Yeah.
because that open space would be retained within the new development. But the allocated use that's set out here doesn't specify open space, and the requirements set out don't refer to retention of the open space. So there is a risk in allocating the site that that open space would be lost, which is what the council have said they wouldn't do.
And that's also contrary to what you did on the larger site yesterday in terms of open space provision, was at the leisure centre site. Remind me of the number for the leisure centre site. Is it
OA14.
So on this one,
it contradicts the council's reasons for omitting the site that we promoted, and it's inconsistent with that.
there's one of the larger sites we discussed yesterday had open space to be re-provided on. Maybe it wasn't the leisure centre one.
Would have been Poets Corner, Ma'am.
Yeah, which is what number?
OA9.
OA9, so that's the only one. So, and that one you have shared open space. Designated open space part of site.
Just in relation to that, yes, we acknowledge that there is part of the site, O3, does have an element of open space. The intention is that it would be provided, and so therefore, yes, there should be a modification to that allocation to specifically refer to the re-provision, similar to the way in which you read the OA14
to OA9. So the 41 units, what's that based on? Is that based on any re-provision then?
Also, Mum, sorry, just to note that the open space has been maintained into the capacity study.
Okay, can you just remind me of the page number?
I believe it's page 36.
Sorry, you just need to speak up.
36.
36.
Sorry.
PDF page 38.
Could I just
Apologies.
clarify, when they refer to open space in this context, does that mean with public access to be available?
Yes, we expect all of the designated open spaces to be publicly accessible, including this one.
Sorry, so how is that factored in terms of the capacity work then? You're going down the alleyway to get to it, is that what you're suggesting?
The designated open space sits to the southeastern side of the site, so where there's the block that's 4 stories, it sits adjacent to that.
4 stories.
Also, I don't believe it's an alley way. I think it's a...
Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. That's why.
Sorry.
So 03, yeah. So the public space sits where, sorry?
So it's specifically the North Holt Road Nursery site, just because there are 2 pages in that capacity study that relate to 03. So it's North Holt Road Nursery.
So it's the second page, page 37.
No, I believe it's the third. Is that right? It's 36.
Page 36. I've got one. I think that's the nursery site, isn't it? It's got
Yes.
6 and the 4.
Yes, so the open space sits adjacent to that 4-story, to the what would be the southeast of it.
So directly behind the 4-story block. And accessible via, so is it George Road?
Grange Road.
Grange Road. Is that what the council is suggesting?
That is the way that an open space could be re-provided on the site to deliver the capacity set out in the documents. It's publicly accessible off Grange Road.
There's a reference through Historic England on this one as well.
It's in relation to the British Legion Club, ma'am, which is opposite the site, on the other side of North Holt Road.
So you're suggesting that's not necessary for soundness?
We've added that as a development principle, just to contribute to protecting and enhancing the significance of the locally listed British Legion Club.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to cross-reference about 8 different documents here, because we don't have the table. Okay, 004 then, Grange Farm.
Grange
This is
Farm.
another flood risk one, isn't it? Amendment to wording.
Yes, ma'am, page 24, the one modification.
So sorry, on 03 then you will prepare a modification in line with what you have on A9? Yes. Yeah, okay. So 04, Grange Farm.
Grange Farm is a council-owned site.
Yeah.
The allocation boundary is drawn correctly. It is a regeneration scheme site, leading land use of residential with community hub and open space.
Mm-hmm.
The development time frame is 1 to 10 years. It is a large site. There's partially...
So you're going to amend the time frame?
Well,
or include the phasing as...
We're going to clarify it through the trajectory that we've provided. And
then update this to reflect what you have on your trajectory. Yes. Yeah. So this is also allocated for open space.
Yes, ma'am. And the minimum residential capacity is 292 units, as it has a planning permission.
Sorry, is the consent that's being implemented, is that for the 292? So is this an allocation that you definitely need to... We're not rubber stamping what's happening on the ground?
No, ma'am. There's been permission granted. Historically, permission was granted for a full planning permission and outline for 2 further phases.
Mm-hmm.
At this stage, phase 1 has been completed, consented and built on site. And at the moment, the council is considering part 2A, I believe. But the remainder of the site would still have to come forward through a planning application.
Right, and 2A is the 292 units, or the...
Are we asking the size of phase 2A?
Yeah,
phase 2A
what
is
we don't want to be
approximately
having is just a plan that just confirms what you've granted planning permission for. It needs to be indicating what's coming forward. So I'm assuming that capacity is the next phase, not saying what's already there.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's 04. 05, this is the school estate, St John Lyons School.
So, ma'am, there's a modification at the bottom of page 24 of the mods in terms of flood risk again. In terms of the allocation, the site boundary is drawn correctly. The objective is to facilitate continued maintenance and use of assets at the school, leading land use being refurbishment, redevelopment of school buildings, sport facilities, enhancement of playing fields. The development time frame across the planned period, and there's no residential capacity for the site.
Is what you say under development principles correct? Because I thought you were proposing an alteration to the boundary in terms of a land swap.
There is an agreed land swap as part of the previous planning application on the site, but what the development principle is setting out that it would still resist further alterations beyond what has been agreed.
Okay. And then the commentary that's made in your Regulation 19 Summary of Representations, none of the sports and sites buildings will be in MOL.
That's where the land swap, the MOL land swap
okay,
occurred.
that's the- yeah, right.
Yes.
Right, and then the proposed amendment that was put forward in terms of, not put forward by you, that was suggested by the representative in terms of the allocated use. You just say no proposed, where you say it's not considered necessary.
I believe that the proposed amendment would be too open-ended for what is a school institution.
So refurbishment, redevelopment of school buildings, sports facilities, enhancement of playing fields and other development which will support the ongoing operation and or evolution improvements to the schools. So why is that too open-ended?
Yeah, ma'am, just expanding on that. So we don't consider that to be a necessary amendment, and nor is it an appropriate amendment. Quite simply, other development which will support the ongoing operation and or evolution improvement of Harrow School could effectively be any use. It doesn't necessarily tie into a use associated with the school. It just says anything that may support. So it's very much too open-ended in terms of actually what could come forward that may meet that principle, but actually in terms of broader planning considerations and the plan itself would just not be appropriate. So we don't think it's necessary nor appropriate as an amendment.
So why? Why is it not appropriate to support uses that support the ongoing operation of a school? Which part of that just is it? Why?
So, David, is your point? I think, Mum. I mean, David, you can elaborate. I think the point is that it's the type of the uses is too wide. So the idea is that maybe a housing scheme could financially support the running of the school, and that wouldn't be suitable. So it would need to, maybe it's a question of the wording. It's not that, because arguably a school could say we don't have enough money to run our arts classes and we need some housing. So the idea is if it is going to support the school, it should be presumably development that is genuinely connected with the school. Is that your point?
Yes, exactly.
Right. I don't want to go back to GB1, but you haven't applied the same logic to that site.
Well, there's different justifications in that case. The council's very clear what the justifications are. I'm not sure what the justifications
So is it an MOL concern, or is it so that? But only part of the site is in the MOL, yeah?
Yeah, only part of the site is in MOL.
Yeah.
This would apply to the entire site allocation.
Yeah.
Which could, for example, could it, for example, include, say, commercial uses?
Sorry, I can't hear with that.
Sorry.
Oh, there. Oh, can we go? Sorry.
Sorry. So, ma'am, essentially it is very open-ended in terms of what uses may come forward. And so without those sort of clarity, and essentially no specific proposals have been put forward, it could be interpreted in many ways in terms of what would support the ongoing operation. There's no link with whether or not that's appropriate or directly linked with the actual educational facility. So it's essentially too open to interpretation, and various different options could come forward that could realistically be shoehorned into that, even though in general terms it's not appropriate.
Sorry, I missed the last bit. In general terms, it's not inappropriate. So I don't understand. So it's a. But why is that a concern? You're wanting to facilitate the continued maintenance and use of assets with the school. Yeah.
If I may, Ma'am, other developments which will support the ongoing operation and or evolution and or improvement of Harrow School, it could be anything. A wide range of justifications could be made.
Yeah.
And there is no case made for what is that is going to be improved. Whereas the difference to GB1, there is a use that is going to be improved by virtue of the enabling development. This could be regarded as a Trojan horse, could it not? It's so open-ended.
Right, and then on page 231, so the other suggested change was to facilitate the continued maintenance and use of assets within the school estates and development and changes within the estate to strengthen the educational roles. So why would there be a problem with that? I mean, there's quite a volume of evidence on this in terms of what's been submitted, and as you know, the representations in a written form carry the same weight as somebody turning up here. So the other suggested wording is, and other development which will support the ongoing operation and or evolution improvements of both the schools. I don't. Surely that's a little bit tighter, isn't it?
Ma'am, it is still relatively open defined and not particularly specific, but it does actually start to link it towards the educational role, which partly addresses the concern, but yeah, the council's position is that it's still quite open.
Okay, and all the SPD documents referred to here are adopted, are they? Under development principles.
Sorry, ma'am, could you repeat that?
Under development principles, you've referred to the SPD. Is that an adopted document?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Are you happy to carry on? We're on 06, or would you like a short break? Yeah, okay. If we try to get to, let's try and see, get to past. So site 06.
Thank you, Ma'am. Site 06 is the Brethren's Meeting Hall on the Ridgeway.
Yeah.
Again, a modification on page 25 in relation to surface water.
In relation to what, sorry?
Surface, flood risk surface water.
Yeah.
In relation to the allocation, the boundary has been drawn correctly. The site objective is the provision of a new SEND school to meet an identified need. So leading land use is school, with remaining part of the site to be used as appropriately. Development time frame has been pushed 6 to 10 years. Is that right? There's no residential capacity at the site. Sorry, Ma'am, the development time frame 1 to 5 years.
That's still correct?
Yes,
yeah.
sorry.
That's one. Okay, noted that. 07. This was one of the ones that I thought the boundary was incorrect on this one.
Yes and no.
I don't like that answer.
I don't. It's, the council considers that it's drawn correctly, but we acknowledge, obviously, straight away that there is a difference of opinions on where the boundary should be drawn between us and the representative. So, yes.
Right, so the council say it's correct. Representative Mr Hodges says...
We say it's incorrect.
Right.
It's superfluous to include those shop units along the high road there. They're not part of the development opportunity. We don't want to raise expectations. They're not going to be redeveloped as part of any scheme on that site.
Do you own those?
We do own them.
And are they on?
They're occupied small retail units. They have no physical connection to the development site. They're all entered from the main road.
Are they all accessed from the main, serviced from the main road?
Yes, I think they are. They're small units. I think they're just single story mostly.
Okay, so they're all occupied and likely to come forward.
Correct.
It's necessary to include it.
The position for the council would be that they are all in the one ownership of TfL. They are accessed from Alexandra Avenue. They are the main access point in the parade to the station. We believe that...
So the main access point from the parade to the station, is there a pedestrian route down there or something?
Sorry, they are adjacent to the main access, so they form part of the parade that is the access to the station.
Mm.
It would result in a more optimal use of the site, more efficient use of the site if all of it were to be included, with the opportunities that could come forward on that part of the site, given that they are single story. There is the opportunity for intensification, better access to the train station. And that is why the council consider that it's appropriate that they are included as part of the overall site allocation.
Okay, and when you say site source call for sites, then how is it defined in terms of the call for sites?
The call for sites didn't include those units.
No,
they were outside the boundary. When we feasibility tested this site, developers are not interested in taking those units. It's not going to be part of a core residential-led scheme. We're quite happy with those units. They're occupied. We don't need to bring them into a wider development.
I mean, sorry. I mean, we'd still retain the position. I mean, at the moment, the development time frame is 6 to 10 years, so there's still that opportunity, and the site can still offer that opportunity for an efficient development and to optimise the entire site within the development time frame specified.
Right, I'll have a think about that and come back to you on that one. So the site boundary.
On the point of servicing those units from the main road, it's simply not possible to do that. It's impossible to do that.
So how? So, but they're serviced now from.
It must be serviced from the car park now. Also, they're single story as confirmed by Mr. Hodges, and it would be ideal to have a first or second floor above them. So the point about a comprehensive development is a strong one.
Okay, I suppose it then, yeah. I'll go and take another drive-by on that one. I'm just going to remind myself of the developable definition. I don't know if you want to raise any. Would you want to carry on talking about the allocation?
Yes, ma'am. Firstly, just to note, there is a mod. I can come back to that if you are looking. I can cover that in a moment if you wish to refer to it.
Okay, so sorry, yeah, we'll just come back to that. So a reasonable prospect that it will be available, and you've got the landowner here saying they're not likely to come, that they are occupied on leases and then not coming forward.
Could I just clarify the servicing issue?
Yep.
The shops are actually a storey higher. The rear of those shops are a storey higher, I think, on the car park side. So they can't be serviced from the car park, and there's a palisade fence which cordons off TfL operational parking, and it's only TfL staff access to those areas only, so they must be serviced from the front. They're small units. It'll only be a small van that temporarily parks there, takes goods in. I hope that clarifies.
Okay, I'll come back to the council on the site boundary. So this is, so Mr. Ball, remind me where we were at yesterday, because you clearly separated the car park sites out into two.
Yes, this is one where we agree with TfL that there doesn't need to be replacement car parking. That's on the basis that this station is well embedded within the urban environment. There's multiple ways of getting to it by other public transport modes, and therefore the car parking isn't as valuable as it is on the Stanmore and Cannons park.
So it's car parking for the station, or for?
It's station car parking at the moment, yes. The principle we're setting out in relation to replacement car parking and requiring a managed amount of replacement car parking for town centre sites and station sites does not relate to the new uses on the site. The new uses will come forward with London Plan applicable. Then there are exceptions that we've gone through where we feel there's a need to manage any reduction effectively in car parking on those sites to ensure the vitality and vibrancy of town centres. and access to public transport and a leisure centre as well.
Yeah, no, I noted that. But Mr Hodges, did you say some of it's staff parking?
There is some operational parking on the site, but that is an area that would be excluded from our development boundary. That's operational land that's associated with the station. It's you see the entry service road from High Warple. It would be the land. I think it refers to an electrical substation on the council's map. That area there would not be developed as part of the of any scheme we put forward.
So wouldn't it be more appropriate to exclude that as well then?
I think we did in our original map that was submitted with the call for sites. If it helps, our map is contained within within our Reg 19 representations on page 19, and it does indeed exclude that area of operational parking. It's the thick red line on that.
Is this a TfL rep or a Places for London?
It's a Places for London
And sorry, what
representation. It's
what
our
page?
It's our Reg 19 representations. I'm sorry, I don't know what the EIP code is.
I know,
for
I've got the document. But what's the page?
Page
number?
19.
19. Oh, I see. Yeah. And it's that's stepped in. It's quite stepped in, isn't it? It's not a straight line.
Correct.
Okay, I've noted that. Anything so clear on the strategy in terms of the car parking? Mr Hodges, do you want to raise anything else?
Well, we're thankful that the council no longer requires commuter car parking, but I can't agree to provide essentially a town centre car park on this site. It's not TfL's responsibility to provide town centre car parking. That would surely be the council or large retailers. We don't consider it's necessary here. It's got very good public transport accessibility. Our site is PTAL 5, and I think probably on the frontage, it's probably PTAL 6, I would imagine, on the frontage. So this part of the town centre is very well connected in terms of public transport. There's also really good pedestrian access. There's cycle storage on the corner. It's a very well connected site.
So sorry, the council have allocated us at a PTAL 4 to 5. Are you saying that's incorrect?
That's for the site.
Yeah.
But they're talking about the car park performing a function as a car park for the district centre. I think
they're proposing that that's no longer, aren't you?
If I could just refer to the council's main modifications on page 25. They talk about re-provision of an appropriate level of car parking to support the vitality of the district centre. Essentially, I would interpret that as a town centre car park.
Yeah, this is, we've got a very strange paper trail going on in terms of what the council say, and your state, I think I was told yesterday that the statement of common ground is the most up-to-date position.
Yeah, I can confirm that. So there's an updated position. We've been having conversations with TfL post the submission of the modifications to this examination. So there are updated, there is an update to that in document LBHED 14, which is in the pre-hearings examination documents, and it open it again. So on site 07, amendments to the site allocation, we've only got a reprovision of appropriate level of station car parking for disabled persons. And we've removed, well, we've got a statement there that says there should be no requirement in this location to provide car parking, effectively. So this isn't on our list of sites that we want a town centre car park for, effectively.
So just to be clear, the amendment that you made in May, that's now superseded. Yes. So there's no requirement for a district centre car park.
Well,
thank you.
Well, just to be clear, the council have said that in their regulation
Yes.
19 plan. That can only be changed if it's necessary for soundness. So but I understand what the council are now saying. But I think that wording you've just read out, we agreed that that was going to be changed to say in accordance with London Plan standards. Yeah. But that's what the council are saying in terms of this site. So potentially they might, dependent upon what happens in terms of that additional portion of land, there might be subsequent changes needed in terms of the development principles. And the third one would have to go, wouldn't it, in terms of what you've just said? Sorry?
So yeah, we will be happy to clarify that.
Okay.
In relation to the site boundary,
Yeah.
just to come back to that point, we continue to think there should be a comprehensive development. The fact that there is currently some operational parking for the station isn't a material consideration for us. I mean, the TfL are saying they wish to remove the public parking, retain the private parking.
Yeah.
And I
think we heard that yesterday as well.
That was in relation to Harrow on the Hill station, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I think it's the same point here. That's all I would say. And it would benefit from a comprehensive approach.
Okay.
To leave it here.
Yeah, just to clarify again, like the TfL stance is operational parking rather than staff car parking, in line with the London Plan.
So when you say amenity of neighbours, sorry, this is about the 5th bullet point down on development principles in High Warple. Is that's clear to somebody, is it, in terms of need to be more specific in terms of
the sites behind the residential properties on High Warple, so reference to High Warple is fine, isn't it?
Okay. Okay, Mr. Hodges.
Yeah, we didn't find the word minimise to be very clear. I mean, it should be about acceptable impacts, I think. Minimise kind of implies possibly no impacts at all. There's always going to be impacts as a result of development. So I just think it could be a little clearer. Obviously, we would only put forward proposals that will have acceptable impacts on local amenity.
maybe acceptable then, or satisfactory might be appropriate to that. Yeah. Mr Cox? Sorry, any other points, Mr Hodges, on this particular policy? Because then I'll just ask the council to respond finally. No. Mr Cox?
My question was just about the point about reprovision of car parking. Was your suggested amendment to the text in the Statement of Common Ground reprovision of an appropriate level of station car parking for disabled persons in line with London Plan standards, or was it replacing that text with in line with London Plan standards?
The council will come up with some wording, yeah, so I'm not putting forward anything today, but I think it's along the lines of what you've said.
Okay, yeah, we just wanted to make sure that remains. Thank you.
And you will be consulted on it in any event, yeah. Okay, so that concludes 007. So we're on...
Sorry, I thought...
Sorry.
Sorry, apologies. I thought you meant on that particular aspect of the site allocation. We've also got issues with the capacity and potential alternative uses as well.
Yeah, do you want to go through those now?
Yeah. Council says that the capacity for the site is 69 homes. We consider that to be far too low. Wouldn't optimise the potential of the site and the provision of new homes. We've given an estimate of 100 to 130 homes on this site. There was a 2020 application by Catalyst, a housing association, for 100% affordable housing on this site. They were proposing 128 homes. Now, ultimately, that application was not viable and the planning application was withdrawn. But the application did demonstrate how 5 to 6 storey buildings on this site could be provided without overall detrimental impacts on residents at High Warple and more widely in the site context. I think the council's proposed 3-storey townhouses and 4-storey flats. In our view, that wouldn't optimise the potential of the site, and it's unlikely to be viable. We've struggled with viability on this site for several years.
So just clarify, in the this appendix to your matters statement, there's 69 units. Is that must be based on car parking reprovision as was proposed in the Reg 19 plan, wasn't it?
The 69 units doesn't re-provide any station car parking. It just provides appropriate level of car parking for those residential units.
But you were proposing car parking as part of the allocation.
But not as part of the modified allocation. So
No, but when this report was completed, this supported the Reg 19 plan.
it has been updated.
Yeah, it was updated in May and June. So
Yeah, we went through yesterday which sites were updated, because I specifically asked about that in terms of, because I'd never seen the report. Because I queried about when it was available and how it had informed the Reg 19 plan.
apologies, I probably wasn't clear enough because I said that it had been updated with the parking and the addendum had been added, but this site had also been updated to reflect that no station parking would be re-provided, so that is my mistake for not making that clear enough.
So you said yesterday, updated in June 2025, OA1, OA2 and OA12, and the Greenbelt site not originally considered with the parking as now proposed. and the rest was originally done in 2024 to inform the Regulation 19 plan. So it must have taken into account what you were proposing in the plan then.
There was an option done that did show re-provision of parking on this site, and it obviously produced fewer than 69 units, but the version that we've shown now in this document excludes the re-provision of parking on the site.
So what did that scheme come out at then in terms of with the parking?
If you'll give me a moment, Mum, I'll have to check. I believe it resulted in 54 units.
54, so only 15 units difference.
Yes, so what was added into the site when the re-provision of parking was removed is a series of terraced houses, so it's 15 terraced houses essentially. But again, that obviously isn't exactly how the site would come forward. This is just one example of the development that could happen.
Yes, yeah, I appreciate that. Mr. Hodges?
I was just going to say that the November 2024 Reg 19 site allocation is 69 homes, and it hasn't changed since then. When it was at Reg 19, that, I think, assumed station car parking was provided. So that figure hasn't been adjusted since then.
No.
So I don't see how the current figure, also of 69, cannot include any car parking. Unless you're saying that, I don't know, the height reduces.
Well, just to pick up the point Mr. Hodges has just made, I think rather than prolong this discussion, we'll take this away and have another look at it in the context of what he said. And
Yeah,
see if,
today or?
if you'd like that timetable to be done.
Well, if
I was
you...
going to suggest we did the usual submission, review and submit after the...
Okay.
But whatever you prefer.
Well, I think, yeah, if you can bottom it out and liaise with Mr. Hodges as to, obviously, taking into account what the representation says in terms of where they are indicating the capacity could be at. Yeah.
Let's try and do it today. Then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, you don't need. Sorry, if you don't need to do it today, but it's important that the council don't just say this is what we think. If you are taking it away today, you need to liaise with Mr. Hodges on that. But if you want to have a subsequent discussion, then it needs to be within this forum. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Hodges, the council have a rethink in terms of the capacity. Well, did you have any other additional points?
Just a relatively minor point. We have struggled with viability on this site, and we have suggested previously that the allocation should perhaps be widened to include some workspace type uses. in case residential can't come forward on this site.
Okay. Workspace, do you want to elaborate on that?
Flexible.
Flexible.
We haven't got any plans at the moment,
Okay.
but we do know.
So we discussed an allocation yesterday, didn't we, with flexible workspace units?
I think they're referring there to the Greenhill Way site, is it, where we had flexible uses being proposed for leisure centre or residential or retail? Is that the one you're thinking of?
I know them by numbers, so if you tell me the number.
It could be helpful to know exactly what TfL mean by just workplace uses. I'm not sure what I understand that.
Yeah, that's why I thought I'd just have a look at the wording that you'd proposed on this. Nobody remembers which that one was yesterday.
That may have been the Kodak admin office's site, ma'am.
Well, yeah, that was flexible industrial related floor space.
Sorry, Mum, can we get a clarification on what you mean by workspaces in the context of this site specifically, so that we can...
Yes, we've suggested in our representation workspaces, warehousing, logistics.
Instead of residential?
Instead or in addition
so
to...
So you've given up on residential and building industrial next to the train sign instead?
Potentially if a residential scheme can't come forward because it's not viable. There is just one last point I'd make. This site, about a third of the site is owned by the council. So we need to work closely with the council on suitable uses here.
I don't think we think that industrial would be a suitable use next to a train station, given the needs we're trying to meet in the plan, in all honesty. And I'd also question why industrial is more viable than residential in London on this site. That's puzzling to me as well.
We do find it to be the case on several of our sites, particularly with affordable housing requirements and so on. Just to be clear, we would like to develop this site for affordable housing. That's our aspiration. But if we can't do that, then we do need to find a better use for the site if it's unviable.
So could you just remind me where this is in your representation about the these uses? I think it's maybe the council's summary isn't covering it.
This would be in our... page 19 of our Reg 19 reps.
Page 19.
Page 19. Leading on to the last paragraph on page 20, our call for sites form explains.
Sorry, this is in the Places for London representation.
Places for London, yes. Places for London, Reg 19 reps, page 20. The last paragraph on that page sets out.
Page 20. Right, I've got that starting with about the reference to the 2 appeal decisions at Arnesgrove and Wembley.
It's a table on page 20, and I'm looking at the page numbers that are given on the bottom of the pages. Rather, I'm not looking at an electronic version.
Yeah, so of 24 pages.
It's 31 pages long.
Oh no, I'm on. So I'm on the Places for London representation 206. Are you
Yeah,
on the TF?
I'm looking at the Reg 19 reps,
Yep.
17th of December 2024.
So, Mum, it's in the statutory reps of the Reg 19. It's 206 in that. And then it's on page 21. And I think they're proposing additional text to say, instead of supporting land uses, town centre uses, they're changing it to supporting or alternative land uses, class E/industrial/warehousing. I think we would stand by our position that warehousing and industrial do not align with the rest of the plan at in this type of location, and do not best address the needs that the plan seeks to meet.
Yeah. So as in supporting, well, I don't think the council are going down the route of alternative land uses. So it would be supporting land uses.
Would it be possible for me to make a comment?
Yes, yeah.
I wasn't here for the discussion about the Kodak administration site, but it sounds like similar issues were discussed. But it does just call into question, again, the deliverability of the housing numbers that the plan is referring to. And if the viability of both sites without other uses is an issue, then the reliance on that number of residential units needs to be reviewed.
Yeah, it wasn't a viability point yesterday. It was just the fact that the council, because that was a much larger site.
So it's just the point that if other uses are introduced that reduces the residential capacity, then that is still a consideration.
Yeah.
I don't think we've got any doubt that the site is viable for a policy-compliant mix of residential. The additional aspirations of the Mayor in terms of 100% affordable housing, 100% affordable housing is not viable unless you've got money coming in from somewhere else to make the scheme viable. The answer that instead of doing that we're going to do warehousing or industrial doesn't make sense, because that won't improve the viability of the scheme.
What I'm going to ask you to do is discuss the representation made outside of this forum, and then maybe hopefully do a statement of common ground. And even if that's a statement of uncommon ground, that's always helpful as well. But we obviously can't be in a position, Mr. Hodges, where we're covering all bases with the sites. So on the one hand, you're saying it needs to be much taller, and previous schemes have looked at a much higher scheme. And then secondly, I also don't have any evidence in terms of viability before the examination. So can you sort of have a proactive discussion with the council, I would put it, in terms of suitable wording that covers both parties' concerns?
Thank you.
Okay, we've gone slightly over, I do apologise. So is that everything on 07? Yeah. So we'll have a short break, and then we're on to 08. Slightly concerned we might not get through everything this afternoon. Just at the pace we're going at. So I'm just flagging that now as to whether we need to potentially park part of the agenda for this afternoon for next week, but we do have a reserve session, so I'm just flagging that now. But let's have a short break. Is everybody comfortable with a 10-minute break? Okay, so we'll have a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 12:10. Thank you. Okay, it's 12:10, so the hearing's resumed. So we're on to site 08, which is the Harrow West Conservation Association. I don't think I actually have any issues to raise on this one unless there's an update in terms of the capacity that's not covered by the trajectory.
It's just an update to the minimum numbers and the modification in relation to flood zone, that's all.
That one. Yeah, okay. And then the 09, the telephone exchange. When you say requirements, environmental improvements, what does that actually mean? Or, well, I don't think it's clear what that means, so that you need to explain to me what you mean by that, and I'm suggesting there'd be some alternative wording there. And this was another one where the representative was suggesting in the region of 60 to 70 units based on their work. So just respond on both of those. So what does environmental improvements mean? And can you come up with some, once you've explained it, I'm suggesting that you come up with some alternative wording that's more effective. And secondly, the point about the capacity being rather low.
In terms of environmental improvements, that is linked to the matters raised under other. So it notes that there's designated open space, green chains and corridors, sites of importance for nature conservation. So we're looking, they run along this eastern end of the site for the most. So it would be linked to that, but completely take your point that environmental improvements is rather vague. So happy to look at being more precise around that.
Okay.
In terms of the 48 units, that's what's come through from the capacity testing consistently across all sites.
Yep, I know that, and that's, you've said that's a sort of starting point, but we've got a representative here saying that they've done their own work, and it's they're getting it in more in the region of 60 to 70 units. I'll come to you.
All of the capacity assessments have been done consistently across the borough. All of the site capacities and minimums as expressed in the policy. If they can come forward with a different capacity upon planning application, then we'll look at a design-based scheme at that point. We have to make all of the sites add up compared to housing targets, and this is the way that we do it consistently across the borough.
And so this is, so no requirement here to re-provide the designated open space.
The designated open space is noted in other as part of the site. I think it's unhelpfully in part of the environmental improvements, but we can certainly add that as a requirement to be more explicit.
Sorry, no, on the other sites you've listed it as a development principle. It's part of the site is designated open space. Is the council taking a consistent approach there in terms of the requirement for that to be re-provided?
Yes, ma'am, it will be re-provided.
Okay, Ms Jubb.
Yeah, you have partly covered my point. It ought to be mentioned in the requirements and also in the allocated uses to be consistent with the others. A number of the sites that we've discussed today as well with these capacity studies just highlight as well an issue that we're overall concerned about, that they all seem to be based on assuming blocks of flats, and there doesn't seem to be any recognition of the need to provide for family houses, which you've talked about previously under the housing mix policy, a lot of these capacity studies do look like flat blocks with very limited opportunities for family houses to be provided. So there is the risk that all of these allocations will contradict and make it impossible to deliver on the family houses policy.
To respond on that point?
Yes, Mum. So the capacity studies in the calculator input a mix of 30% flat 3-bedroom houses, or units
30%?
rather. Yes. Yeah. So there are 3-bed or family-sized houses accounted for within these capacity studies. Just because they're not houses doesn't mean they aren't family-sized dwellings.
Can I ask, has the council actually made any provision for houses anywhere in the allocated sites?
There are very few selected sites where it was considered appropriate to provide terraces, but for the vast majority, especially as a lot of sites are in opportunity areas and they're constrained, they are looking at flatted dwellings.
That does seem to me to be a fundamental flaw in the whole approach.
Sorry, thank you for that. But yesterday, when we discussed policy requirements and this document, I asked about what policies, when you said you've applied policy requirements, I asked what policies that was referring to, whether it was what the adopted plan was or what's based on the Regulation 19 plan. And you said it was based on the Regulation 19 plan, which is 25%. So why have you tested, why have you done?
The 25% is a minimum. 30% would be closer to our need figure and something that we would be happy to see come forward on sites. So we tested above the minimum.
Right, probably should have made that clearer yesterday, I would say. So is there anything else in terms of the policy requirements that you've tested at above in terms of this capacity work? So biodiversity, for example, what did you do with that?
This is a high-level study, so biodiversity is not something that can really be factored in because we don't have figures for like the BNG. We wouldn't know the value of that site in order to be able to factor that in. That would come forward later with applications.
Right, anything else that you did, any other policies that you need to flag that you did over and above what the policy says? Not quite sure I follow the BNG point there, but Ms. Jubb.
I recall when we were discussing viability in the earlier sessions with Anthony Lee, he referred to including testing for BNG above the minimum in his viability appraisals, but it doesn't sound like the consistent approach to that has been applied in the capacity studies.
Yeah, ma'am, just to reiterate Helena's point, in terms of this high-level capacity work, it's not possible or nor appropriate to take into account that sort of extra level above in terms of BNG. Again, it's a high-level indicative capacity work undertaken in accordance with the Mayor's methodology, and that approach has been taken consistently across the board. It's distinctly different in terms of looking at costs that may arise as a result of a higher percentage of BNG, so that can clearly be reflected in the viability assessment. But for this piece of work, which again is consistent with the Mayor's methodology, yeah, that extra, the 15% requirement for BNG cannot be taken into account at this level. It is a high-level study.
Okay, and the other policies? Are there any other policies? that you need to flag?
No, maybe in terms of, yeah, no. there's-
No.
No.
Okay, we've got the, any other changes that you need to highlight in terms of this site? So you're proposing an amendment in terms of the access and egress, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
To replace the flood zone 3A reference, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Schwartz.
Can I go back, please, to the viability and the family accommodation? And I think we heard evidence from TfL that on the site of Rennie's Lane Tube Station, car parking doesn't work. There is a reason. Houses, for instance, the viability for family, 3-bedroom, 4, works very well. But when it comes to flats, us as the developers, it just doesn't work. And few issues are the second staircase, the fire regulations.
Yeah.
It just doesn't stuck. We cannot deliver flats, particular 3 bedrooms for families. So I do respect that they say 25%, 30% families. It will never, a developer, and we are developers, we can't deliver it. But houses, on the other hand, we can deliver. And if I look at the plan, there's no even 7% of houses on the local plan as houses. So I think they should look at the plan and reschedule everything to introduce more houses, less flats.
Okay. I'm not going to ask the council to respond on that point, but I've noted what you've said. So any other points on 09? No. In which case, 10, which is the Harrow View telephone exchange.
There's no modifications on 010.
No.
Development time frame is 5 to 10 years, or 6 to 10. The minimum residential capacity is 30, and we believe the outline is drawn correctly.
And there's the same comments made as the previous representation in terms of the capacity, which I don't expect the council to repeat what they've already said on that. Could you also, again, look at retrain streetscape greenery to make that wording more effective? And then 11, the North Harrow Methodist Church.
There's modifications on page 26 in relation to car parking being, the requirement being removed, and also flood zone surface water modification.
Sorry, page 26.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
And sorry, what's the, so this is an existing,
The site is an existing church and associated hall and scout hall. I believe the boundaries drawn correctly. Development time frame still 11 to 15 years, but with an updated minimum residential capacity of 36.
so sorry, what's the, so no loss of community floor space.
That's correct, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to follow your modification. So proposed modification. Whereabouts is that text?
Does not appear to be there, deleting something that doesn't exist.
Glad it's not just me then. So that's not.
We've reduced by one mod, ma'am.
Oh, that's going to save a lot of time. Okay, but so there's no reference to parking, and you're proposing that stays as it is. Yeah. Okay. O12. Hatch and telephone exchange.
Again, yes, current use telephone exchange, boundaries drawn correctly, leading land use would be residential, and supporting would be appropriate town centre use. Development time frame 6 to 10 years, minimum residential capacity 48 units.
Sorry, say that again. Oh, that's the text is.
The text is the
yeah.
same in 08.
So what's prompted that?
I think it's a copy and paste.
No. Why are you now suggesting you shouldn't be having that?
There is some car parking to the rear of the site within the rectangle building. So what we're saying is that no longer needs to be retained or re-provided, so it would conform to London Plan standards.
So are you suggesting the text then for here?
So under development principles,
Yeah.
unfortunately bringing modification back in from 011, which will actually should be 012, although it's the same.
But are you suggesting a reference to the London Plan standards or not?
Yeah, yes, we can do that, yes.
Okay then, and then 13, where we're sitting now.
So yes, 13 is the Harrow Arts Centre. Boundary is correct. Site objective is expansion and modernisation of arts. Development time frame be 0 to 10 years. There's no residential capacity on the site.
And what are you saying about car parking here?
So, on the basis that there was no residential on this site, it hasn't been picked up by TfL as an issue, I don't think. There's no change proposed to the parking wording on this site, an appropriate quantum. So that is more like the nuanced approach than it is the London Plan approach. And that's on the basis of the larger than local strategic value of this site, in terms of providing a cultural option for the borough and beyond.
Okay. I don't think that this is an additional mod for you, but I don't think you mean on the development principles or provide replacement facilities. You don't mean if appropriate, do you? You mean as appropriate? Because you're allocating the site, so you're saying it is appropriate. 014 Vernon Lodge. This was one that there were quite a significant number of representations on, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
So just remind me, is this a 0 to 5 years site, or is this one that got moved?
This one has been moved to 6 to 10.
6 to 10, okay. Yeah.
So, yes, the boundary is drawn correctly. It's a vacant former hostel accommodation. Mentioned the development time frame. The residential capacity is 28 C3 or equivalent units. Just there is modifications at the top of page 27 in terms of a new requirement regarding a travel plan and surface water amendment also, modification also, sorry.
And what's prompted the requirement for the reference to a travel plan?
The travel plan is in relation to the fact the PTAL is 1B.
Sorry, who owns this? It says council and private.
It's been sold, but the council is now in private ownership now.
It is now, okay. So specific concerns regarding the location of this site relative to the use proposed, I think.
In terms of the low PTAL levels, that's the rationale behind the proposed modification in relation to the travel plan.
But the site of the suitability of the site generally for housing?
Essentially, it reflects the fact that it's a residential area, and a residential use such as this would be appropriate.
So under development principles, any new development that would result in a change of use away from the authorised hostel use must demonstrate the release from this use in accordance with the development plan. A hostel use is protected. Yeah. Do you just want to reference the relevant policy then, rather than in accordance with the development plan? Just remind me of the policy that's protecting hostels. HO7, is it?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Sorry?
Yes, ma'am. HO7.
It is HO7, yeah. Okay, so on this one it gets slightly more complicated because it's now vacant. So you would still expect, so how long has it been vacant for?
Certainly in excess of 2 years. 2 or
Yeah.
3 years.
So if you're allocating the site for specialist older accommodation, I'm just trying to follow the logic of why somebody needs, well, how justifying the loss of a use that's now no longer there. Is that a justified approach to take? So any new development that would result in a change of use away from the existing authorised hostel use, well, you're allocating it for that. So you're recognising that that's going to happen. Otherwise, you wouldn't be allocating it in the plan, surely.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, the council is proposing a new hostel on the probation site within the opportunity area.
Right.
We're just looking for that, which allocation that is for you.
So is it justified in terms of this development principle to require that, is my question. Doesn't sound like it is. No, okay. Well, could you prepare a modification accordingly then? 015 Belmont Clinic. This was an Environment Agency one again.
Yes, ma'am. The boundary's drawn correctly. It's in public ownership as a medical centre. The allocated uses for healthcare, supported by community or township uses and residential. Time frame is 11 to 15. We have updated the minimum residential capacity to 10 units.
10.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's within the local centre. Yeah. So it's appropriate to the scale and role of this local centre.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, 16, Travellers Rest, Kenton Road. This
Travellers Rest, Kenton Road, believe the boundaries are drawn accurately. The current use is a hotel and public house with expanded food option. The allocated use are there's amendments to this one, sorry, ma'am, we should cover those.
This is the one there's a debate about when's a pub, not a pub.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I'll come back to the mods, but
Yeah.
development time frame 1 to 5, minimum residential capacity 120 units. In terms of the mods, the first one is a main mod on page 1. No, apologies.
27, I think it is.
Yes. There's the flood risk there, side objective where the hotel is no longer required. Delete hotel from leading land use and delete reprovision of hotel use on site from the requirements.
So let's look at the specific wording in terms of the representation. So there seems to be a debate about the representative suggesting that it's operated as a restaurant and bar rather than a public house, and I'm assuming that's falling down to whether it would be protected or not. Is that right? Does the council have any objection to it being referred to as a restaurant and bar?
The planning history for the site is always referred to as a public house.
Sorry, so that can...
The planning history on the site is
Yeah.
always referred to as a public house. The position is that it would remain the function of a public house with expanded food option provision. Sorry. In terms of
Right, so sorry, but they're suggesting restaurant and bar. So what's the difference there in allocation terms?
with the allocation, what is being sought is the reprovision of the use. Appreciate that there's wider benefits to the building itself no longer being on site. We're relying on our employment evidence base that there is no more, this would be the last public house within the Kenton Road Parade. So that's what the council is seeking to re-provide on the site. That's the one, I'd say, point that isn't agreed.
Right, okay. So if it was amended to say allocated use, public house, restaurant, bar, is that problematic? Well, should we hear from Miss Foster in this? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'll come back to other comments I have on the proposed allocation, but in respect to the debate at the moment, so our view is that it's not a public house for all intents and purposes. It's a beefeater restaurant. It appears as a beefeater restaurant. The floor space is allocated to the bar area is 16% of the total floor area, so it's predominantly run as a restaurant. The bar area looks like a bar. It doesn't look like a traditional pub. We've done the assessment against the GLA's London plan on public houses, and we've demonstrated it doesn't meet that criteria. Our proposal would be that, and we've had this debate for 2 years now with the council, would be exactly as you're saying, to have some flexibility around the use of the ground floor, the replacement use. So it could be a drinking establishment, sui generis, or a restaurant, which is Class B. So we're open to, we don't want to close ourselves into a corner. We have to keep options open for future operators that might want to take the space. So our preference would be to keep it as flexible as possible. And yes, within that use class, there would be opportunity to have a bar within those range of uses. I think the other thing to say is, in our evidence, we submitted a number of comparable Whitbread hotel schemes where they do have a beef eater facility as part of the hotel, and those developments are deemed to be C1 developments with auxiliary restaurants, bar, even though it is a beef eater. So we fundamentally, we just don't want to be stuck with the use, which isn't necessarily what the use is on site, and restricts future occupants.
Just going to remind myself of the London plan policy on that. HC7. Oh, good, okay.
I think the alternative, public house, restaurant with a bar, or
Exactly.
something to that effect.
Right, okay.
I think the concern, just to put it in context, the council, it's the last pub on that road, I think. And it is a pub, that's the land use, but we don't have an objection to this change.
So just to be clear then, so current use would reflect what? What are you now suggesting?
Yeah, we're just going to suggest adding the suggested words to public house, restaurant or bar, and/or bar.
So current use, public house, restaurant
And bar.
and bar with the hotel. It's the current use. And then the allocated use. So you're suggesting the hotel is deleted and the allocated use would be public house, restaurant or bar.
Sorry, can I just clarify that the restaurant or bar is not auxiliary to the public house? It's its own use class, so it's class EB.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the plan isn't going to specify use classes because that's a wider issue that we've discussed. So it would say, so allocated usage date, public house, restaurant or bar with the residential. Yeah.
Yeah. I've also just got a few comments on the actual residential wording.
Yep.
And also the capacity.
Mm-hmm.
So in relation to the proposed allocation, it doesn't follow the pending application which we have in for determination, which is supported in principle by Harrow and the London
The
Plan.
allocation, did you say?
Sorry, yes, the proposed allocation.
Yeah.
It does not reflect the proposals we have in place with an application at the moment, which is hopefully going to be favourably determined. And my concerns are in respect of the actual land use identified in terms of the residential. The allocation refers to residential with, I think you said 120 units. I think it's, I'm not sure when that change was made, it was 109 units.
Yeah.
What we're proposing as part of the application, which is supported by Harrow and the GLA, which is due to be determined shortly, I suspect within the next couple of months, is for 212 units, which is part residential and part co-living. I have huge concerns about the omission of the co-living reference because the council don't have a particularly strong policy on co-living at the moment, but in the emerging plan under policy H09, the policy is hugely restrictive and it's seeking to allocate co-living not only to the opportunity area alone, but also it restricts any sites allocated for C3 to not be suitable for co-living. Therefore, our proposal, which is due to be determined, would be inconsistent with emerging policy as it stands. So I have huge concerns about that. But also, the site isn't due to come forward for a couple of years for that development, and inevitably we will probably be doing, as most developers do, Section 73 applications. So at the point of time when the policy is adopted and we bring forward a change, our permission will be inconsistent with the approved development plan. So I would suggest the allocation is amended to reflect the fact that we're proposing residential and co-live.
And just for my benefit, so the split on that 212, is that as you've set out, so 109
Yes.
and 103?
103.
Okay. The council like to, well this came up yesterday, didn't it, in relation to an allocation within the opportunity area. So this can't be in an area that you say is, you're concerned about a concentration.
No. I mean, when we went through HO9, no, we said the phraseology in HO9 doesn't restrict it solely to within the opportunity. It just says they should be. So we are currently, and I don't think I can say in the public arena whether we're supporting the application or not at this stage. It hasn't gone to committee. We haven't written a report assessing the policy implications of it. But the application is being dealt with in the normal way by the council, so I just don't wish to comment on the current planning application. I think the indicative residential capacity at 120 is fine as it is. It's done along with our methodology. If a particular planning application comes in with a higher number, as always, we will look at that on its individual merits. I don't think the concern about the mix of uses between residential stroke co-living is problematic in relation to the allocation. As such, we do just deal with it as we would normally.
So let's assume a world that this scheme comes forward and is granted consent as just outlined, and then the scenario that's just been explained. So then this scheme would be assessed under HO9 AF, would it? So it would be allocated for self-contained dwellings, and it would not be supported.
Proposals on sites with extant permission or allocated for self-contained dwellings.
Yeah.
You asked us to rephrase the phrase will not be. You asked us to make it more positive. Yeah. To avoid compromising the delivery of conventional homes. I mean, this doesn't avoid the delivery of conventional homes, because by the sound of it, there's 109 conventional homes coming through C3 units, but there's an additional number coming through for co-living. But future applications, if and when the new plan is adopted, would be assessed under HO9. But in the context that there's an extant planning permission. I think I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah.
So if this site had gone through as solely a C3 use, and planning permission was granted, and then somebody came back in and said we now want to do co-living on the site, then we would be concerned about the loss of self-contained residential C3. Yeah. But if this goes through, if the application goes through and it gets granted, well, it's a mixed use. I don't know what the future might hold.
No. So I think the council's been quite consistent in terms of not allocating co-living sites, and you would then be assessed under Part AF of HO9. Yeah.
Sorry, could I just ask for clarification? How is that wording being amended? Because it is currently quite restricted.
The amendment that I've asked the council to look at is terms of the reference to will not be supported, because that isn't positively prepared. The parts that I am going to come back to the council on are whether it's appropriate in parts C and D of that policy to have them only restricted to the opportunity area, and also this point about over concentration. So I'm going to come back to the council on those 2 points, but I take your point that should you then subsequently come back in with a scheme, you would be assessed against that that proposal. But as a point of fact, the council aren't proposing any allocations in terms of co-living for the reasons that they've explained.
Okay. I just wondered, therefore, would it be appropriate to have some explanatory text within the co-live policy HO9 which then refers perhaps to sites which have co-live on them in terms of permissions and how they might be treated differently on C3 sites. I don't know, just to provide an element of comfort.
Well, I think that's already covered by Part D. The council will resist any proposals that seek to reduce the quality, type or restrict access to... Oh, sorry, that's just amenity provision. So maybe that could be amended. So I'm still on H09.
Yeah, yeah.
Part D, large D at the end. The council will resist any proposals that seek to reduce... So it's affording an element of protection to those uses should permission be granted, I think is the point.
Yeah, I think point D is actually about restricting or reducing access to the amenity
provision, yeah.
within large-scale co-living schemes.
I'm wondering if that wording could be expanded to include reference to where you have granted planning permissions for these schemes.
We could look at that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's another action for the council on H09D to look at that.
Thank you.
Sorry, on this, on the regulation 19 representations, then there was a reference to a doctor's surgery. Has that fallen away?
No, it hasn't fallen away. That's come through the planning application community consultation, where we were completely inundated with requests for the site to accommodate a doctor's surgery, plus the local surgery doctor's practice expressed an interest in taking the site. So, I mean, that's something we would absolutely consider, but again, it's just not something that I think Harrow have been willing to accept or look at to date. But that's something we would be open to having as, again, a flexible allocation in the site.
Is that something the council want to reflect upon and maybe come back to me on as an action, so the council will come back on that point?
Yeah.
So we've covered the point about co-living, and then do you want to now move on to the development principles part? Have you got any comments in relation to that?
I don't think I have any additional comments,
No.
really. It's more about, again, just in terms of the capacity element.
Yeah.
Only 120 units are mentioned, but we're currently looking at 212. So, you know, nearly 50% less than we're anticipating. I appreciate the calculations have been undertaken on the minimum, but it does hugely underestimate the capacity of the site.
Do you want to respond? I know that you've responded on that point on other allocations, Mr. Ball, but could you just respond on that point?
Well, the capacities. Yeah, in order for the housing need to be demonstrably met by the sites in the plan, all the capacities need to be minimums. We respect that detailed site planning permissions will come forward on specifically designed sites, and they may be higher than the minimums. So the minimum is there to show that the targets can be met. The actual capacity of the site will be delivered on the planning application on the basis of the strength of the design of the scheme.
So on development principles, are we now suggesting, or I'm going to suggest that the this section about any new development must seek to re-provide, because that's straying into what the council consider the role of that site is, and that would be for you to then subsequently assess, isn't it?
On the face of it, ma'am, it looks like we need to make some amendments to that to reflect the modifications, don't we? Exclude hotel, etc.
Yeah.
And include public house, restaurant, bar.
Yeah, so I think it's paragraph 3
Yeah,
there. I don't think that's
that needs updating.
serving any function. Well, I don't know if you need to update it or just to remove it. And then you've cross-referenced the building heights SPD at the end. Yep. So you'll have a think about the healthcare provision then, and make that as an action point. Are there any other comments that you'd like to raise in relation to 016?
No, I think
No.
just as we disagreed, just as if the policy on the whole could be updated to reflect what's been agreed today with the additional use classes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So 017, telephone exchange. This is one that the EA raised some flood issues with, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, there's an
Yeah.
allocation at the top of, bottom of page 27, top of 28.
And this is touching on the Brent's intensification corridors. Is that right?
Sorry, ma'am, not clear on that.
So Brent, London Borough Brent commented that this road is one of their intensification corridors, and that the potential exists here for sensitive upward extension.
The capacity testing's done a sensitive upward extension of 1 storey.
1 storey.
Yes, but as mentioned before, if a planning application could demonstrate more, then obviously would consider that.
Oh, it's retaining the right. Okay.
If I may just
Yeah.
comment on that part of Kenton Road, it's semi-detached houses. So going big there is not
Yeah.
really suitable.
Okay, then 018, Wolstenholme. This is a specialist old accommodation. Just wanted to check the status of the current site on this one.
I understand the site is currently operational.
Is this one that I've raised a question in the MIQ about? Status of the current site, is the site developable? The site has previously been permitted for the allocated use. So what is the status of the current site? It's in occupation as sheltered housing, is it, for older persons? It's occupied, okay. and the Historic England references to the listed church, you've amended that as well, and the locally listed building. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Yeah.
the modification on page 28.
Okay, then 019 Marsh Lane gas holders.
Yes, 019, I believe the boundary is drawn correctly. It is former gas holder site with some relevant planning applications in relation to infilling in hazardous substances. The allocation is for residential.
Yeah, I was going to rate, are they relevant to what you're now proposing? Is it necessary to keep those in?
Believe that they are, just to demonstrate that the site has actually been through those processes of clearing the site, so to speak.
Okay.
The leading land use for allocation is residential with a development time frame of 6 to 10 years with a minimum capacity of 57 units.
And this is the site where the freeholder's saying it's not suitable for what you're proposing, it's not going to come forward. Yeah.
Yes.
So do you want to set out the council's view on that, and then we'll...
Yep. So, from our point of view, the site is not suitable for allocation as a supermarket due to it being out of centre. We have an active allocation with planning permission in Stanmore Town Centre already. So I think in terms of suitability, it doesn't meet the framework powers 91 or 92, London Plan SD 7A1, and indeed it presents a form of development that London Plan Policy SP 7C6A would actively recommend that we regenerate, redevelop for other uses, including residential. So I'm aware that there's a live planning application in on this site, so the story is not specific to that, but it has to take into account, we need to demonstrate that the site is a developable site. We think it is suitable for residential. We think it is achievable for residential. It has been decontaminated to I understand, a commercial level. There are numerous examples of former gasworks sites being taken forward as residential schemes across the whole of the UK now. It's quite a common redundant use, St William being an example of a developer who takes forward these sites very regularly. So a residential scheme could be delivered. The only issue we have in terms of it being a developable site is the availability question, which clearly there is a question about, because the landowner is promoting it for retail. In terms of the council considering that it is a developable site, we would be working on the premise that due to the site not being a suitable location for a supermarket, over time the planning applications would not be successful if appeals were carried out, and then all of those avenues were exhausted. We would expect the landowner to seek a different use, and we would envisage that would happen in the 6 to 10 year period as set out in the plan.
Okay, when you say site source call for site, how was the site identified by you?
It was put forward by the promoter.
Put forward for residential?
No, it's been put forward as a employment use or retail use.
put forward as employment and retail use. And then what steps has the council followed to allocate it for housing? Because they've raised quite significant concerns that there's been no consultation with them in terms of you doing that, and you've said it's been, so I read called for sites as in it had been promoted by the landowner for residential use, which is, you're saying, is now not correct.
In terms of the process, so yeah, certainly in terms of the site coming forward, that was obviously put forward by the current landowner. They did identify that their proposed use was retail.
For retail and not employment?
Yeah, just retail.
For retail, okay.
Yeah. Consideration was given in terms of the suitability of that proposed use, in terms of obviously the National Planning Policy Framework, the London Plan itself, and obviously then the emerging local plan. All three levels clearly indicate that retail uses should be directed towards town centres. So therefore, that was the first sort of hurdle which this scheme needed to overcome. We also were aware that we had an existing site and existing permission and allocation in a nearby town centre in Stanmore. So we felt that there was the opportunity for any retail need that this site may, or this proposal may serve, could be met within that town centre, which is, like I say, nearby and obviously consistent with policy in terms of being a town centre use. So therefore, having regard to that sort of process in terms of it, the site is not suitable for retail use. Alternative uses were therefore considered in terms of what may be appropriate given the overriding need for housing in the borough, for example, and also the fact that in terms of our evidence base, there's no overriding need for significant amounts of retail either. So that was then for essentially, yes, the site is potentially available for a use. What is the most appropriate use? In this case here, the conclusion was, in the context of the evidence base and the need, that should be housing.
Okay. Ms Moss?
Thank you. So yeah, just to confirm, the site's promoted for retail development and not employment use as well. We first met the council back in in January 23 regarding development of this site. We then met them again in October 2024, and it was at that meeting they told us they were looking to allocate the site for residential development. If we hadn't had that meeting, we'd probably only find out about it when the Reg 19 was actually published. So there's been no discussion regarding the residential development of the site. As we've set out in our reps, there's significant easements on the site that mean that Cadent need 24 hours, 7-day-a-week access to the site. When the site was acquired by Aldi, who are the freehold owners of the site, no residential developers were bidding for the site, which is a clear sign it was not seen by the market as a residential site. So, as we've said, we've got a live planning application at the moment, which is going through the system and being considered by the council, and we will take a view pending the outcome of that site, but it's not available for residential development. And we've been very clear with the council throughout that we are not a residential developer. This site is not available.
So there's quite a, so can I just check on the capacity work that you've done? To what extent has the council's work that's been completed in terms of the capacity work taken into account the easement issues?
It's wholly taken into account the easement issues, Mom. The 57 units sit within the easements identified. Rather sit out with. They sit within the development area that excludes the easement areas.
And the commercial floor space is what there?
So there's two options for the site outlined in the document. We did do a test of commercial floor space.
Yeah.
However, we've taken forward the kind of C3 only option. So it would be page 52, I believe. Or rather 54 of the electronic document.
54. How is that going to work in terms of the access that's required, that's just been described, and private residential units there?
The area that Cadent need to access is to the west of the actual developable area. There are existing residential houses already in there, so it would work kind of within the same way. There's a maintained access route for Cadent to access their remaining infrastructure that's excluded from any area of development on the site.
And it's a PTEL 2, so it's very poorly located.
Yeah, and space for parking that would be associated with the residential development has been factored in as well as play and amenity space.
Okay, so sorry, just to repeat then, the council's, well, Miss Moss, you would like to come back in.
Yeah, sorry, can I just clarify on the capacity? We're talking about 57, but the version I've got is showing 52. Is that?
That has been updated in the modification document.
Right, okay. And can I just check, there's talk of self-build houses as well in the site allocation. That confused me somewhat. Has that been modified?
Ma'am, that still remains in the reference to self-built, still remains in the development description, development parameters, sorry.
Yeah, I think the question was, has that been taken into account in terms of the capacity work?
It literally identifies that the site could potentially be suitable for self-built.
Yeah.
But in terms of the actual provision...
But bearing in mind we're talking about a site that has significant restrictions in terms of the developable area. It's not going to be a straightforward site, is it? So I would have thought that if you were looking at self-build housing as well, you would have looked at that as part of this capacity work.
So self-build itself is just one potential element, but the testing was just done on C3.
Yeah.
The standard housing.
I'm struggling to see how this is going to create a suitable living environment. I appreciate that there are residential properties adjacent, but in the development principles, a requirement for 24 hours, 7-day-a-week access for heavy goods vehicles.
That doesn't mean that there will be access at all times of the night. That means that it needs to be available if there is a problem for the infrastructure providers to come in and have access to the site.
Yeah. Well, that's like saying we're not going to say there's 10 lorries, there could be one, there could be 100. Nobody knows. The fact is that access will be required for heavy goods vehicles 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm struggling to see how that's going to create a suitable living residential environment. Could I put this on the list as, sorry?
So I was just going to say, I'm struggling to see a problem with that, ma'am, in a sense that when the site was in use as a gas holder site, there are 3 extremely large gas holders on the site with still the same need for access, 24-hour access. And the site is surrounded by residential development on 3 sides. All this means is that if it's redeveloped for residential, some of those will be, the gas holders have gone, so the housing will be in and around where the easements are. So all it means is that the residential comes slightly closer to the easement, whereas the housing at the moment was extremely close to all 3 gas holders and the easement. So I can't see an issue there in practical terms, but that would have to be dealt with via a planning application.
Okay, I'm not convinced. So could I ask that the council go away and relook at this site with the owners? I'm not convinced on the residential, along with I'm trying to think of the other site that we've put into this basket. Is it? Yes, yeah. So put this one into that one. Okay. And then I've got 3 more, 2 more, 3 more. Should we just, for the sake of participants, should we do the animal lodge first? Does that help? Yeah. So let's do 21. So who owns this one? Just says private.
It's owned privately, ma'am.
It's what, sorry?
It is owned privately.
Oh, okay. So it's a private car park that's publicly accessible. It's a pay and display car park, is it? Is this one of the ones that you've covered in terms of the spaces? So it's 446 spaces.
So just on the parking side of things, it is one of the sites where we're seeking a managed reduction in the parking, not a outright London Plan specific, and that's on the basis that it's a district centre car park.
Yeah. But you're looking for when you talk about the supermarket, is that in the context of the existing, the previous permission, or is that what's envisaged in terms of the residential with supermarket, is it?
Sorry, is that in terms of parking or in terms of the development typology?
Just the uses, sorry, then I'm going to try and work out what you're doing with the parking.
Yeah, so, well, the uses are permitted, no? So, it's permitted for retail and for residential. I think it's 138, not 141 when we added up the sites on Monday.
So, sorry, this isn't a site that's being implemented, is it?
It is a site that has technically been implemented.
So why is it in the plan? If it's been implemented and it's already there, is it necessary to be in the plan? Those 141 units are already taken account of in terms of your supply. I need to get them to, Louise, we might need to get them to turn it down a bit. Thank you. Oh, sorry, do you mind asking them to turn it down rather than shutting the door? Yeah, sorry.
Just for clarity, a technical material start has been made. The scheme hasn't been implemented in terms of build out.
Right.
Yeah.
So that those are coming forward in years 1 to 5. So when you come up with your wording for the parking, this will be applicable to this one as well. Appropriate level, yeah. So sorry, just so I'm clear, so page 29, when you say in the requirements the following amendments should be made, a limited amount of parking, public car parking for the town centre, that's not what you're proposing. I mean, what? Is what the text says now not appropriate? Appropriate levels of replacement car parking for the town centre and, well, it's probably say and supermarket, no? Is that not covering it?
Well, we just, sorry, ma'am.
Excuse me. They say it's not possible to turn the music on. So maybe we should break for lunch and come back.
Yeah, we might have to then. How long are they going on for?
Sorry?
How long are they on?
I'll ask
Yeah.
them. That might be this one.
Yeah. Okay, we'll finish this one, but then unfortunately we might come back because hopefully they'll have done by then.
I was just going to say we're in the process of confirming what precisely the previous permission was. I believe it did include some provision for town centre parking within it.
Yeah.
So it's slightly different from the other cases, but Ms Murphy's just looking at it up now.
I'm just questioning. I don't actually think you need any change then in terms of the requirements.
Yes, I can see how an appropriate level of
Yeah.
replacement parking is very similar to a limited amount of...
You've got, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we can
So we'll leave that then.
unmod that.
Okay. I was going to suggest we have a break only because of the music, but we've got 2 more to do. What would you, I'm in your hands. Do you want to carry on?
I think maybe we should take a break, or do you want to carry on?
Are you coming back this afternoon, intending to come back or not? No, okay.
Can you see these out?
See these out.
See these out is the...
Sorry?
See
I see
these out. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the
Yeah,
consensus.
let's carry on for the sake of two sites, Mark.
Okay, fine.
If you're comfortable with
Yeah, I'm fine. So it's the Cannon Park Station car park and the Stanmore Station car park. So let's deal with O20 first.
So 20 is Cannons Park Station. We believe that the site boundary probably should come further south to incorporate the ambulance parking that is located at grade with the rest of the site.
Right. So just describe there where that extends down to, then down to the actual road frontage itself.
Just behind the buildings, I believe, that would front
Okay.
the... I don't think it's clearly marked on site, but yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's in public ownership. The site objective is for housing, developable time frame 6 to 10 years with a minimum capacity of 29 units. And there's no mods on that.
So this is one where you say you are going to need to re-provide an element of car parking by either the retention or re-provision of car parking. Yeah. Mr. Hodges?
Thank you, Ma'am. Just dealing with the site boundary, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear. Did you say you want to include the ambulance station parking, or you agree that it should come out?
I don't believe it's in, so I think we should conclude it, bringing the boundary further south towards the rear of properties that front the road.
The Reg 19 plan does show the ambulance parking area within your red line. It doesn't conform with the map that we provided with the call for sites. And in fact, I've shown the correct boundary in our MIQ statement in Appendix 1, and that's on page 26. And that shows how the ambulance parking area should be excluded. The ambulance parking, we've got a fairly long lease on that. It's a use that we feel has social value, and it's not a part of the site that we would propose to redevelop.
So you wanted to excluding?
We wanted it. We've always said it's not within the development opportunity.
So what's shown is correct?
What's shown in the council's Reg 19 map is not correct.
It's not correct. Okay, I'm just trying to find your statement, your Reg 19. Did you say it's in your Reg 19 statement?
It's not in the Reg 19. It's in our more recent response to your questions, the MIQ statement. And it's Appendix 1 right at the back, page 26.
The statement for this session, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, it's the Places for London statement, not the other one.
Yes, it is, ma'am.
So page 20.
26.
Thank you.
It should be the last page.
Oh, yeah. So slightly smaller. Council got any issues with that?
I mean, in terms of, we do feel that the ambulance parking should be included. Again, it's right next to a station. It's a sort of development opportunity that the Mayor of London and the London plan sort of looks to incorporate as development. So again, we think it should include the ambulance.
Do you own that?
We own the freehold.
Yeah, but there's a long lease. I'm assuming.
There's a long lease
Yeah.
to the ambulance providers. I think the council's position is inconsistent, because if they were looking for comprehensive redevelopment there, then surely they would take the site right the way down to Whitchurch Lane and include the there's an industrial site there as well. So I'm not sure why they want to include the ambulance storage, but not the, I think it's a car repairs depot closer to Whitchurch Lane. We own the site right up to Whitchurch Lane. So it feels inconsistent.
Certainly, ma'am. In terms of the initial discussion in relation to inclusion of the ambulance or not, and so that was the discussion. Again, in light of this morning's discussion, yes, certainly there would be merit to extend it, the full extent of TfL's, or sorry, Places for London's ownership, which would include all the way down to Church Lane.
But we won't develop that
Yeah.
site. It's not available.
Sorry, ma'am, we still maintain our position that it would, extending it to the full extent would be consistent with the opportunity that the site presents, and also...
But it won't be
London plan.
developed if that's the case.
It recognises that in terms of a comprehensive development, extending the development, the full extent of that site, would be consistent in terms of the Mayor's good growth policies in the London plan.
Okay, I'll come back to you on the site area. So then, Mr Hodges, I'm assuming the main issue is to do with the retention of an element of paid parking.
It's both the commuter car parking
Yeah.
and the capacity of the site,
Right.
particularly
So-
if we're now saying it's twice the size of what we were looking at before.
Yeah. So in terms of capacity, is that on the basis that you're saying that you don't believe that replacement car parking should be provided, or is that on the basis that you don't consider the council have done the capacity?
It would be both.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we won't be re-providing a commuter car park if we develop the site for housing. And we consider 29 homes. I mean, it would just be completely unviable, unrealistic, wouldn't recognise the opportunity the site provides, wouldn't deliver sufficient housing and so on. It's
These are the two, that you revisited these two, didn't you, in terms of the capacity work? These were the June 2025 ones at the end of the report.
No, Mum, those ones are the ones in the addendum.
Right, okay. So these ones always took account of parking.
Yes.
That's what's, yeah. Okay.
That's correct. I will say those two issues are obviously intrinsically linked. If currently the capacity study is showing the re-provision of the parking, therefore there's less space for homes. So
yeah.
And we can reiterate the point again. We feel it's really important that there's a consistent capacitisation methodology underpinning all of the sites in the plan. We respect the ability of developers to come forward with more ambitious schemes if they're well justified at the planning application stage, but we need to make sure that the minimums add up to the targets in the plan.
Right, and then the point about retaining elements of car parking for the sufficient level of car parking associated with the station and the development itself.
Yes, so this is a well-used car park, and it's very important to the local community in providing transport choices for particularly for people that don't live within walking, cycling, or a easy public transport trip off the station. So we feel it's important to retain some station parking on the site.
So you're requiring that any redevelopment is supported by evidence of car parking demand and how that will be met in terms of retention or reprovision. That's what the wording's saying at the moment. Mr. Cox?
Yeah, so this is like a consistent issue in lots of our London boroughs around station car parking when it's being redeveloped for residential. Like we've seen in other places, Arnold's Grove, Wembley Park, that the inspector has said that it's better use, no commuter car parking, and instead having sustainable modes access. I recognise that this is a bit further out and a different PTAL level, but I don't want to repeat what we've said in our written statement, but still the station's served by 3 sort of high-quality bus routes. A very small amount of station users are station car park users, so it would make a minimal difference to remove it. And a large amount of the station car park users are people who live over 5 kilometres away, so that's 55%. This was surveys done in 2017 and 2019.
I've seen you reference those, yeah.
So those people can use other services. Those people driving into Cannons Park are taking advantage of the relatively low car parking charges and also the Zone 5 charges. They will have more local stations with access to central London, so it will only increase congestion in Harrow. We don't see it as a viable reason for commuter parking.
Okay, Mr. Hodges?
Could I just add to that in our experience, the provision of car parking for commuters within a residential scheme leads to a number of compromises and issues, including security and the blurring of the definition between private and public space and so on. When we looked to redevelop the Cannons Park site before, we did retain 60 car parking spaces. That caused us numerous problems, including difficulties finding sufficient space for public realm, amenity space, landscape setting for the buildings. But it also meant that the site had to be accessible to members of the public, and members of the public were effectively walking around outside people's private front doors and windows in very close proximity. And the only way that we could actually provide car parking on that site with a residential scheme was with a part undercroft. We've had other schemes where we've had similar issues, and Places for London now takes the view that we won't be re-providing commuter car parking within our sites. When we first looked at this site, probably 8 or 9 years ago, we did specify that commuter car parking, an element of commuter car parking should be re-provided. We no longer do that with our partners anymore, and the view is that the car parks will not be part of our residential schemes now.
Okay. I think on this point I probably need to take it away in terms of what the council, I'm not going to ask the council to repeat what they've already said on that if they're content with that approach. So I'll have a think about the approach you're taking in terms of these particular sites. And I've noted what you've said in terms of the capacity work as well, but again I think the council have been quite clear in terms of the approach that they've adopted on that. Is there anything else that you'd like to raise in terms of the development principles for the Cannons Park site? Obviously noting I've got your representations here, so I know, yeah, nothing else then.
Nothing in addition to the Reg 19 and the MIQ statement.
Thank you. And then on 020, the final one, so again, the same issue about the council think it's important that an element of car parking is retained to help with demand as they've set out. I understand your views in terms of that. Do you have any additional points that we haven't already covered? So the capacity issue and the station car parking in terms of 022.
I think in terms of car parking and capacity, it's very similar to Cannons Park. We don't feel that it will result in optimisation of residential and affordable housing on the site, and we consider that the commuter car parking is unnecessary and will not lead to changes to using public transport and active and healthy travel.
Thank you. And on this one, you're suggesting the site area is updated, is that right?
There's two areas. The southern part of the site, there is an area that is sink, but it is an area that we would want to include within a scheme, should one come forward, to provide landscape setting and so on. For the scheme, and there's also the area onto London Road. The council, as one of their development principles, is looking to improve access to the station.
Yeah.
We couldn't improve access to the station really without that land, because that is land where we would look to improve, for instance, step-free access down to the platforms. When we've looked at how there is step-free access at the moment, but it's a rather circuitous route. We could provide a more direct route from London Road, which obviously would be more convenient for people coming from buses and so on.
Does the council have an updated site map? You've just said on here, update the site area to 3 hectares.
I'm not sure where the 3 hectares arrives at, but in terms of Mr. Hodges' point, I think we agree the element to the front of the site should be included. that's fine. We disagree with the rear of the site, which is in a sink as part of a development / allocation boundary, so we would be happy with the front part, but not the rear.
Okay, could you prepare a map to that effect then, please? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So this reference to 3 hectares is incorrect. Yeah. Okay, any other points on 022?
The only just final additional point is I think the station entrance is PTAL 4, and I think it does go onto the site a little bit. I recognise that you've got to take the highest PTAL score for the site.
Right.
And the site allocation says 2 to 3.
Yeah.
Just to be
Okay, so
aware.
you think that's slightly high.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So thank you for everybody's efforts there. So that concludes the session in terms of the site allocations. Do apologise for running over slightly. For all those who've turned up for the 2 o'clock session, we will be starting slightly later because we've just finished this morning's session. So can I ask parties how long they would like for the break for those returning?
Thinking 2:30.
2:30, okay, that's fine. So apologies, but we'll be returning at 2:30, so the hearing's adjourned. Thank you. Okay, it's 2:30 and the hearing's resumed. So we're now moving on to matter 7, which is design and the historic environment. Just the usual reminders, please, for everybody to turn their phones off or switch to silent. I do appreciate it is very warm, so please let me know if you need a break in any way. We will do our best to get through the agenda as listed this afternoon. But I am potentially looking to park the heritage policy HE1 potentially for next Tuesday. There isn't a possibility of sitting later tomorrow, unfortunately, just in terms of travel time to return for both myself and Louise. But so that would be the possibility that that's switched to Tuesday. But we will see where we get to in terms of about 4 o'clock, I suppose. So in the first instance, could the council just introduce themselves in terms of who will be speaking in relation to matter 7, please?
Ma'am, thank you. So again, potentially myself, Sarah Kabir-Sheikh, King's Counsel, Barrister for Harrow. Mr Viv Evans, Chief Planning Officer, immediately to my left. Beyond him, Mr David Hughes, Head of Planning, and beyond him, Mr Callum Sayers, Principal Planning Policy Officer. And ma'am, we may also have the assistance of Lucy Hale, who's a Principal Conservation Officer with the Council. She's right at the end next to Mr Sayers.
H-A-L-E, is that?
H-A-I-L-E.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask the participants to go round the table. If you're new to the sessions, welcome. It's an informal discussion based on the matters, issues and questions that I've already issued to the council and the agenda that's been issued, and we will use that to form the basis of the discussion. In a moment, I'll just ask you to introduce yourselves and if you're representing anybody, but just so you know, the right button on the microphone, if you could just try not to move the base unit, but the right-hand button, that should just be used. Press that and it will turn to red. If you would like to be brought into the discussion, please lift your nameplate onto its side and I will bring you in at an appropriate point. So, Mr Kapoor, if you could just introduce yourself, please, to the hearings.
Hi, I'm a local resident in a block of flats on Station Road, so I'm just representing that block of flats.
Thank you.
My name's Andrew Russell. I'm a planning manager at Places for London, which is Transport for London's property development company.
Thank you.
I'm Wendy Ibrahim, and I'm representing Roslyn House, a retirement place adjacent to the Tesco site.
Thank you.
Could, Ms Ibrahim, just put the mic down a bit.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
quite hard
Can
to
you not hear me?
Irene Rusika, I'm a local resident.
Thank you.
Pat Beasley, just representing me.
Thank you.
Hello, and I'm Mike Bottomley, rep from Rolf Judd. We're planning consultants representing Tesco.
Thank you. Okay, so in the first instance then, I'll start at policy SPO1 and GR1, which is MIQ responses from the Council 13.1 to 13.4. So as I set out, I didn't have any specific questions regarding SPO1 because I was awaiting the Council's responses in terms of the how you responded in relation to GR1. So if we just go through the GR1 responses at 13.1 in the first instance, please. And then we will return to strategic policy. Well, actually, no, you tell me what you are anticipating that strategic policy 1 is doing in terms of the policy framework.
Thank you, ma'am. So strategic policy 1, high quality growth.
Yeah.
This policy is set out to provide an overarching approach to how growth will occur within the borough, setting out in broad terms where such locations would be, or where it would be directed, setting out what type of development would likely come forward, whilst ensuring that the characteristics that make up Harrow are protected across the planned period for, by way of development.
Okay, so Part A then talks about the different areas of Harrow in terms of the unique character areas. Part B is then the focus on where you anticipate a majority of the growth will be located. And then C is specific to tall buildings, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And then D then refers to the character of suburban Harrow. So as I say, we'll come back to the specific wording of this policy, I think, once we've looked at GR1. So I understand the context that you've set. Does anybody have any questions in terms of Strategic Policy 01? That's on page 31. Apologies, Mr. Beasley, I should probably said all the documents that I'm accessing are on the Council's examination webpage, but if you're not clear as to where anything is, please do just let me know. So this is the actual plan that you were consulted on and you commented on. So does anybody have any, we will come back to SPO1, but does anybody have any general comments to make about that policy? No, okay, so GR1 then takes what you've said in terms of high quality growth, that's at page 34, and then translate that into how the borough is going to achieve a high standard of development. Is that right? Yeah. And I have specific questions about Part B of that policy. in terms of taking a design-led approach. That again, and this is a common theme that we're having across a number of policies, there are elements to that are merely repeating that people will have to have regard to land and plan minimum internal space standards. I'm just questioning whether that is necessary to include that in here.
I think it's necessary insofar as that new development must take into account those minimum standards, and that has a direct impact on the amount of development that may occur on a site by ensuring that it'll be framed somewhat by meeting those standards.
Okay. And then similarly, is H and I, well, H is repeating again about compliance with land and plan and like this local plan standards. Again, I would assume that that is already accepted. Or you feel that's a fundamental part of the policy?
For H, I agree.
Yeah.
For I think that should remain. That's in response to infrastructure requirements, so ensuring that those matters are taken into account whenever new development is taking place to ensure that, well, those areas aren't built on or respected to allow them to continue to be serviced.
Okay, so part B is the design considerations then, and then part C is in terms of residential amenity. So how have you arrived at the criteria that you have there at part C, A to E?
So GR1 is a version of an existing policy in the current local plan, which has been considered by our development management colleagues as very successful. However, we've taken that and with their input through their experience through processing planning applications, sought to ensure that this policy would be as efficient and pick up any other matters that may have been not dealt with quite so clearly in the previous local plan policy of a similar outlook.
Right. So you're in the first instance dealing with daylight, sunlight, privacy and outlook for adjoining and future occupiers. So that takes into account existing residents and proposed residents. And then a specific reference to internal layout in relation to the needs of future occupiers. So I'm just wondering whether that could be amalgamated A and B.
I think there is a slight variation in that B refers to neighbouring occupiers as well, whereas the existing and future existing may not necessarily be on neighbouring sites. They may be on the existing site, although the development site. Apologies.
So when you say for adjoining and future occupiers at part A, you're not meaning neighbouring properties there then? You do, yeah. So I think amalgamate A and B. All of those factors are factors that the council will take into account in terms of existing occupants in neighbouring properties and future occupiers. So I don't think it's necessary to have them separated out. And then levels of amenity space in quantum and quality. Yeah. Do you want to carry on going through the rest of them?
I mean, new development must be supported by appropriate amenity space, both in terms of it providing a setting for it, but also for the quality of life for amenity space for future occupiers and existing, if the case may be.
Okay. And then D and E.
D applies the 45-degree code, so that does a number of things in terms of providing an appropriate relationship between new builds and existing properties and adjacent properties, and also in terms of ensuring access to light and outlook for D. So that's for D. And E would be for uses that may not necessarily be the most neighbourly, for example, not a residential use. So making sure that the amenity impacts through noise, etc., are harmful to existing future occupiers.
On future and existing occupiers.
Yes.
Yeah. And then D, I either delete that or reword it. I would suggest probably deleting. It's not necessary.
Agreed.
And then is E necessary? So all of those criteria are applying to any development that comes forward, which is any size proposal, which is pretty much, I'd say 15 criteria, but then if you're looking to extend your home, you then have to address further guidance. That seems a bit excessive.
The council has a residential design guide adopted at the moment, which provides further guidance to a policy just like this, which just provides that guidance on how new extensions to properties could come forward, what the council would expect to see.
Okay. Given that this policy is an overarching policy about achieving a high standard of development, is it necessary to say that within this policy?
The
does it make this policy effective by having that reference? I'm not sure if it does.
The link to the SPD it will assist in ensuring that high quality design by providing further detail for those types of developments.
Well, it doesn't link to the SPD. It says should address further guidance published by the council on such matters. It's vague and it's not effective. So probably have a preference for that to be removed. And then F is as is, and then accessibility is dealt with at G and H. Again, I would question the cross-referencing to the other policies as part of G and H and whether that's necessary for effectiveness. But I'm happy for you to comment on that if you'd like to. No. So can I just clarify at 2.1.8, you talk about the heights within Harrow. And then the second sentence, development within these character areas. Which character areas are you talking about?
It's referring to the analysis in the first sentence. So those character areas that are prevailing heights of 2 and 3 stories.
prevailing height in Harrow's suburban areas is 2 stories. Yeah, whilst the borough's district and local centres have a prevailing height of 2 to 3 stories. Developments within these character areas, is that terminology? I'm not sure you're defining character areas as part of that paragraph.
I think the term areas or character could probably be removed in the
within
sentence.
these localities? Or,
Yes,
yeah.
or areas or localities, yes.
And you provide an explanation there in terms of the 45-degree rule, which I've noted. I then had some specific concerns and it's a theme throughout this chapter in terms of duplication between the policies. At 13.4, there appears to be a great deal of repetition between GR2 and GR3A, as well as the supporting text. So an action for the council is to relook at the supporting text for those 2 policies and to have a look at any repetition. But just explain to me how you see these 2 policies working in tandem. GR2 and GR3A.
So the overarching sort of comment on it is that the GR2 is more wide. It's obviously at a neighbourhood level, so it's beyond just a new development boundary, so to speak, whereas GR3A inclusive design is specific to a development in terms of the design of it.
Do you, sorry, before we move on, does anybody have any points to raise in terms of GR1? Okay. So in terms of GR2 inclusive neighbourhoods, do you actually define that within your glossary? Is that a land and plan reference? And if you haven't defined it, do you need to define it? Oh, no, you have. Yeah. And I'm assuming that's in accordance with what the land and plan says. Yeah. Okay. So this is then a neighbourhood level. So somebody coming forward with any scheme, say one of your site allocations, would be looking at this policy in tandem with GR3A. Yeah. Okay. Noted your reply there at 13.4.2. So then on the specifics of inclusive neighbourhoods, you've clarified to me the reference to with indignity at part B. And then the question about creating inclusive neighbourhoods beyond site boundaries. If you could just explain your response on that, 13.6.
So in the examples where predominantly major schemes are fronting potentially existing public realm, there's an opportunity there through either the developers themselves or through financial contributions to enhance the public realm directly adjacent to the new development. This is something that the council has done successfully in the past, creating new public space. It's been identified.
Okay, and then I content with parts B, C and D of that policy and the responses you provided there. So GR3, public realm and connecting places. That's your response at 13.9. So this is specific to public realm within the borough. Just explain how you've developed this policy.
The policy is developed in the understanding that public realm has to work quite hard to ensure that it can be used over a multitude of uses and times and weather, and to be a clear and legible place for people using it. So this policy seeks to ensure that that public realm will become a very usable and functionable place, regardless of time, weather, those sorts of things. So that there's that flexibility into it, that it's a high quality use, whether that's new or whether it's tying into existing public realm within the borough.
And you clarified what was meant in terms of the master plan for Harrow, and we talked about that with Mr. Evans yesterday. Okay, so I don't have any further questions on that one. And then GR3, inclusive design. I think I raised any questions on that, did I, in terms of it was the GR3B, safety and security. So this is the one where I felt that there was quite a significant amount of repetition again between these two policies. So on the one hand, you're telling me that Harrow is one of the safest boroughs, but then you have an 11-part policy.
It looks worse than it is. But
Pardon?
it looks worse than it is. But what I'd say is it's obviously one of the safest boroughs now, but across London, as we note from our conversations with the Met Police, crime is on the rise across London and therefore Harrow. This is obviously for a 20-year plan,
Yeah.
so it's considered reasonable that we should at least have something in place for a public realm, which quite often is susceptible to such, safety and security issues. The other one is around new build and also conversion of existing buildings. The latter, conversion of existing buildings, has been a bit of an issue in the borough already. So this is trying to respond to that. So it really is those two constituent parts of it, and take your point around C, but that is really just because it's a safety issue, resilience to hazard, it's really a wayfinding rather than going into any more detail on fire safety, but it focuses on the public realm and then new build and sensitive conversions to existing buildings, which could be susceptible to any kind of rising crime across the plan period.
Did the secured by design people submit a representation at Regulation 90? So I couldn't see there was necessarily anything specific regarding this policy.
I would have to double check to see if there's a formal response. What I would say is that we did work closely with our Secure by Design officer, who we have allocated to the council. We don't talk directly to the counter-terrorism, but he does that on our behalf. But I'd have to check for a formal response, Mel.
I'm in support of that comment from Mr. Sayers. Counter-terrorism did come to the council and speak to us about including policies in the plan.
I think it was also the point about the scaling of this application in terms of, is it appropriate, as Part B says, that all new build and conversions, change of use, have to consider the requirements as you've set out? So if somebody comes in with a shop change of use application or a householder extension, you're expecting them to cover those points. In fact, as the wording stands, it's not clear that you need some sort of linking word in there, because it just then lists the criteria. So, but that can't be an appropriate approach.
No, I agree. I think it needs to be a consideration, but commensurate to what the development would be, and the examples you give would not trigger a requirement, obviously.
Well, it would, according to this policy.
Absolutely, agree. So we wouldn't expect that, and I think the wording, as you mentioned, needs to reflect more accurately where it would be required.
So does the council have a threshold in mind, or?
I think the difficulty is, at the moment, it would be on a case-by-case basis, depending on what the use would be in terms of if it's a more sensitive use. At the moment, we know some, but as things change, we don't know what the future those uses might be. But I think it is something that there needs to be flexibility, but it still needs to be more precise than what's here.
Okay. So could the council think of some appropriate wording for that then? As an action. Okay. I think that's all the comments I have on GR3B then. Yeah, and then, so we'll move on to GR4 building heights. And this is the evidence base. This is at my MIQs 13.10, and the evidence base is EBOH03, which is the Harrow Characterisation and Tall Building Study 2021. Is that right?
It should also include the Harrow and Wealdstone Tall Building Study. I'll just get the reference. So EBDH01. So that's the Harrow and Wealdstone Opportunity Area Tall Building Study 2024.
01, yeah.
So that follows on from the one referenced in your MIQ.
Okay, so just confirm the dates for me. So one was 03 is 2021.
Yes, that's correct. And 01 is 2024.
2024, okay. Okay, so do you as existing have a tall buildings policy?
No, ma'am.
No, okay, so this is all new to Harrow. So you've got the London plan, and my question in the first instance is whether the steps that the council had followed align with the steps that the London plan advises. So if you can just talk through how the evidence base has evolved in terms of this requirement.
So the 2021 study was a broad borough-wide study that looked at the character of all parts of the borough, setting out form and function and layouts of the borough as it stands currently, highlighting, doing a high-level, broad areas of where tall buildings may be appropriate. So that in terms of tall buildings elements specifically, that's what that document did. what it showed, broadly speaking, is that the opportunity area was the location which would be most appropriate for tall buildings to come forward. And then following down, drilling down further, the 2024 study looks specifically at the opportunity area, undertaking a suitability and sensitivity assessment of the entire opportunity area, looking at where sites or where locations within the opportunity area would be suitable for tall buildings, and it provided a definition of what a tall building would be, which is the London Plan definition. We can't go below that. So we have adopted that as the tall building definition. What it did was then set out areas that were suitable for tall buildings, and as a requirement, it set out what appropriate heights within those designated zones would be. And these have been shown, it's in map. The hard copy would be shown on page 57 of the local plan, which would also be, that plan there will also appear in the policies map. So that's the process we've followed to undertake what the London Plan requires us to do, and that's been considered to be in general conformity by the Mayor of London in his response to the local plan.
Okay, and that's the steps that it advises in terms of plan making and policy D9, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, does anybody have any comments that they would like to raise in terms of the council's tall buildings policy? Not actually quite sure whether, I want you to also have it, whether this isn't really a policy GR4 that deals with building heights, it is specific to tall buildings, but so we'll have a chat about that in a minute. But Ms. Rasiki, sorry.
I just have some queries related to 13.11 up to 13.11.4. So 13.11.2 to 13.11.4. So in terms of the this site selections for suitability for tall buildings, I noticed that in the evidence, which is EBDH01 on page 128, section 511, it does set out the definition of a tall building, and it does set out, this is for Station Road in particular, so it does set out the definition of a tall building, but it does, however, say that because of the sensitivity studies that they have done, they consider that Station Road area is unsuitable for tall buildings. But then in the next letter it says, nevertheless, at 2 sites, we consider that there is an opportunity for intensification, so we will allow tall buildings there. But I don't see how that can be considered a justification when they've just said that the evidence says it's unsuitable for tall building. So having the opportunity does not mitigate the effects that putting tall buildings will have on that area. And in terms of the London Plan, when setting out, I think there's section 3.9, I think it's one of the first ones, 3.9.1, it says tall buildings that are exemplary architectural quality in the right place can make a positive contribution to London's cityscape, and many tall buildings have become a valued part of London's identity. However, they can also have detrimental visual, functional, and environmental impacts in inappropriate locations. So given that they've just said it's unsuitable, but there is this opportunity at these sites to have tall buildings there, do they not then negate the part of 3.9.1 which says that they mustn't be put in unsuitable places?
Can I just check where you're reading from on page 129 of the H01 document? So I'm on the subsection 511 that deals with Station Road.
Yeah, 511.
Yeah.
Just a minute, 1 minute. So 511, and then there's opportunities and constraints.
Yes.
So page 128.
Yes.
Opportunities and constraints.
Yeah.
So it's where it goes, due to the sensitivities, this area is not suitable for buildings taller than 7 stories, which is the definition of a tall building in that area. Nonetheless, there are sites and areas that provide opportunity for intensification and more height due to the broader change in use across larger urban block. But beforehand, they'd said the area is unsuitable. So how does the opportunity across that larger site then mitigate the risk of putting tall buildings in an area where they've just said they're unsuitable?
Yeah, and then it refers to the 3 specific sites. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'll take all of the points for the council to respond on. That might make things more straightforward for them. Ms. Beasley, did you have a point? Yeah.
Yes, I just want confirmation, and I don't know which of you gentlemen will know. Have you done any studies about tall buildings and wind tunnels? Because even when I walk through Kimberley Road, opposite the bus station, and you think they're 7 stories high, I have great difficulty all the time of walking along that road because it's a wind tunnel. Now, if we're going to put all these lovely tall buildings up, what studies have you done to make sure that little old lady me isn't going to be blown off course? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bottomley?
Just like to add to this, the 2000 February 2024 GTA tool buildings, which is built in 2021 to look at GTA itself. That takes a lot of different factors to include a lot of the framework, accessibility, or rendering the map to the layer on top of the alternative by the areas that are most suitable. The area along Station Road, including the Tesco site, is identified in the report to be suitable for tall buildings. And I think that's one of the reasons that in the Regulation 19 local plan, the supporting plan for GR4, which is residential building zone map on page 57 of the Regulation 19 local plan, that does have a polygon around the Tesco site in the areas of appropriate tall buildings. I've got 50 stories, and that is based, as far as I can tell, of that the outcome of that 2024 study.
Thank you. Ms. Ibrahim?
I'm just following on from what Pat has just said. My concern and the residents of Roslyn House is very much along the lines of emergency vehicles, with Station Road being so congested from start to finish, from Norfolk Park all the way to Harrow Willstone. Have there been studies about emergency services such as ambulances being able to navigate themselves through a very busy road where there are buses and more people living in that area, and intensification? So it's more to do with emergency services.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Russell?
Thank you. We do think the council has followed the relevant steps in the London plan. D9 and the supporting text, it requires boroughs to define what they mean as being a tall building in their areas, which they've done. Identify these locations on maps in the local plan, which they've done, and also include appropriate heights. So we're satisfied that they followed the process, and it's also importantly followed a London plan approach to it being based on an understanding of the context of different areas, capacity for growth, and a site sieving process. So the document itself is the evidence base quite easy for us to follow, and we've got some minor comments on the tall building policy, but I think we'll come to that in a minute. So I won't mention that now. But yeah, on the whole, we're supportive of the approach.
Okay, Mr. Kapoor.
Just a general question for someone to answer, really. I mean, I've heard a couple of times from, I think, Mr. Bottomley yesterday and today about this 2024 study, and it evidences that the opportunity area is sound. But again, I think the lady over there has just asked, what studies can I look at to see the evidence of that document justifying that it's appropriate? I just want to understand in terms of wind, in terms of light, in terms of infrastructure, road, traffic. I just want to understand the studies to refer to.
Okay, so in terms of the London plan is very specific in terms of what local authorities need to do in terms of proposing tall building zones. So what we're looking at the moment is whether the council have followed those steps, and then the evidence base, which is the two documents, EB DH01 and 03. So that is what the council is relying upon in terms of developing the evidence for this policy. So it's those two documents. But I'll ask the council, have you got a new question? Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up and clarify. I don't disagree that the proper processes were followed.
Right.
What I am questioning is, given the conclusions on Station Road, that it's unsuitable for tall buildings based on, I'm assuming it's based on the sensitivity studies that they've done. Given that they've done that, they've concluded that it's unsuitable. So then what makes them think that they can ignore the evidence and allow 15 and 18 stories on those sites? I'm not disagreeing that they didn't follow due process. I'm disagreeing on the conclusions that they came to in their own document, which concluded it's unsuitable. But then in the next sentence says, therefore, we think, but we'll put tall buildings here, which to me as a layperson seems like a contradiction, because what about the what they say nevertheless there are sites and areas that provide the opportunity for intensification and more height due to the broader change of use across a larger urban block. But how does that broader change of use mitigate the putting the buildings in an unsuitable area?
Yeah, we'll ask the council to respond on in full, but just for your benefit, in terms of these documents, it's important that you read everything in the round. Yeah. And it does say there, in terms of the character, it talks about the linear character, but those three sites that the council are allocating provide opportunities for significant change in character by introducing clusters of tall buildings. So before the text that you're reading, it does set that context, but I'll ask the council to respond.
I appreciate that, but then it does, it set that context, but then it does contradict it, so that's why I'm just asking.
Okay. Who would like to respond on behalf of the council then to all of those points?
Thank you, ma'am. The first point, I think you've answered most of it for me in terms of reading that paragraph in the round. What is probably helpful is the maps on on EBD HA1, section 5.11, so that paragraph still. What is useful is the maps to the right of that paragraph do back up, I think, what's said in the text is most of Station Road is unsuitable, and that...
paragraph 5.11.
So the section 5.11 on page 65 of the PDF or online. So the text there that's been referenced, again, I agree that it should be read in the round.
Yeah.
The mapping to the side, which is obviously undertaken by the same consultants as the text, shows that all those sort of peach-coloured areas are unsuitable for tall buildings. That is the majority of Station Road. But then continuing, as you mentioned, reading the rest of the paragraph, those 3 sites are noted because of their size that they are potentially opportunities for taller buildings, and given the size of the site, they do have the capacity to form their own character. But I think also it does show that even on the edges of some of those sites, where it's against sort of the lower scale suburban context, tall buildings aren't appropriate. So I think the council has been very consistent with the evidence base that it's been provided.
Okay, on the other points?
Sure. The second point around, I don't believe Mr. Bottomley had a question, was more of a statement, so Ms. Beasley. Wind studies. So the buildings that you referenced are quite dated, so they may not be of the greatest design. However, our study that we did, EBDH03, which is the 2021 study, at 10.6, does provide design scrutiny of tall buildings, and as part of that it talks about microclimate, wind. Now they're quite general principles that are set out there, but it would be for a planning application that came forward with a tall building to at least refer to that and design a building that would take into consideration wind, etc. But that would also be engaged by other policies within the development plan as well. So there's been a high-level piece of work done, but it's not for the council to design tall buildings on behalf of developers. And just last point regarding emergency services. I mean, an increasing population, that's always going to be an issue, but it's not bespoke to tall buildings.
And Mr. Kapoor's point about the evidence and following the paper trail.
I mean, the evidence base, I think I've partially answered in terms of these documents are publicly accessible. They always have been. No evidence base. The council believes that it's followed the evidence set out in here and translated into the building heights policy. Other wind developments come forward, they'll be supported by appropriate levels of supporting information relating to traffic, and those sorts of air quality studies will be done specific to the type of development that comes forward, depending on the scale of the development. Obviously, that would change depending on the scale, the intensity and scale of what was being proposed.
Okay. Would you like to respond on any of this?
Sure. I still don't agree with the response, but that's besides the point. So if we go around, if we're tinkering around the edges and we're saying, I think one of the most important things that I think you've highlighted quite a lot is that the boundary of that area is there's literally Hamilton Road, and then it becomes the opportunity area. So you go from an area which is classed as suburban, which is Hamilton, and I think Rosenhouse is also outside the opportunity area, and then straight onto that site. And I think, and I don't think enough consideration has been taken to the closeness of that boundary and the low-rise nature of that to that site, and offset that against that opportunity to have taller buildings there. I think we've talked about, at the council at length have said, we've been very sensitive about making sure that people who are not in the opportunity area are not impacted. But from this, within a matter of meters, on the boundary where where they said tall buildings are not suitable, you've got the chance that you have a building that's considered to be okay in the opportunity area in terms of the height of what's tall, but not okay in the neighboring surrounding area straight onto it within a couple of meters. So I don't agree that the opportunity to intensify really does trump the need to also protect the suburban area, as much as other suburban areas which are not near the opportunity area have been protected. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think that saying that just because you have an opportunity on that large area protects the suburban area right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a big document about protecting the suburbs, but it's only protecting the suburbs that are not outside this area. Other suburbs, Hamilton Road is on the suburbs, but it might as well be in the opportunity area because 2 meters afterwards there's a tall building. A tall building is allowed. So I don't see how this approach is tinkering at the edges. It's paying lip service to something. It's not really protecting Hamilton Road or Rosen House. And as I said before, the London plan does say you should also consider not putting tall buildings in inappropriate areas. Mm-hmm. And given that we have a whole document about suburban areas, wouldn't that be considered an inappropriate area?
Do you have any other general comments, rather than the specifics of the wording, but any other general comments that you would like the council to respond on in terms of the approach to the I think you've said that you're not suggesting that the council haven't followed the correct steps in terms of the London plan, but no, okay. So,
I'm suggesting they haven't followed the evidence and they
yeah.
haven't tried enough to protect the suburbs that are directly backing onto the opportunity area. So they're distinguishing in the suburbs. There are 2 types of suburbs. 2 suburbs that can be protected and suburbs that can't.
Okay, would you like to respond on that, and then we will move on to the specifics of the wording?
There's not a lot more I could add to that, Mum. Just I've set out that we've followed the evidence. We did talk about the interface yesterday with SPO5. I think the mapping here helps show that the council's trying to seeking to protect all of the suburbs that aren't inside the opportunity area. The policy is geared towards and explicitly notes the lower rise development adjacent. There's not much more I could add, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Okay. Let's look at the specifics of the wording then. So you're suggesting that what's on here will be a how will that be replicated on the policies map?
So what you see on page 57 is essentially what would appear on the policies map. So that shows it'll show the entire opportunity area with all the relevant zones, designated zones, with what are appropriate heights.
Yes, so that whole key then you're suggesting is replicated on the policies map, all of the text.
If you click on any of the polygons, it will tell you what the appropriate height is for that. So you only need to click on the polygon of the designated zone that you're looking at.
Oh, and then
the asterisks and text wouldn't show. Let me just check.
It's not clear on the interactive one at the moment.
So the interactive one, it's a little clunky, but if you click on the polygon and then at the bottom of the box that comes up, you have to scroll to the right. I think that could be made clearer, but it would say, so I've just selected one, it does say up to 12 stories.
So sorry, I'm on the layers list of the policies map.
Yes.
And which one are you asking me to click on?
So if you have the tall building zones, I'm sorry, I just need to find it myself now. Sorry, Mark. If you click on any of them, the top left-hand corner, there's two arrows, one to the...
On the layers list?
Yes, there's
Yeah.
So if you scroll down and turn on tall building zones, and if you're over the opportunity area, that's where they will be.
Yeah, sorry, I can't, that's not coming up on mine in terms of tall building zones.
In the top left-hand corner where it says Harrow Planning Maps, there's 4 tabs. And on the far right is Draft Harrow New Local
Yeah.
Plan. So that tab, if that's being selected, then the layers or map layers and tall buildings zone is 6 from the bottom.
6 from the... Six from the bottom. So it's not in, oh, yeah, sorry, apologies, I was looking in alphabetical order, so tall building zones. And then they're going to come up.
Yes, ma'am. The colours should be similar, very similar to what's on page 57. And then just clicking on any of them should bring up.
Yeah, okay. So this map in the plan would stay in at 57, is that right?
It can do, yes.
Well,
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand if this asterisk text is in the correct place. Or is that replicated within the policy wording? I mean, is that something that the council think that you would be relying upon, that text? Because if it is, it's in the wrong place.
We're happy to take an action point. If it's in the wrong place, we'll move it.
Yeah. I don't know whether you want to well, I'd probably suggest that you weave that into your supporting text rather than, yeah. So if we look at I would suggest that this needs to be called a tall buildings policy, because it isn't a policy about building heights unless you've got a strong view on that. So Part A says they are to be directed to tall building zones within the opportunity area, and then your definition is in accordance with the London Plan. And then you refer to the heights as set out on the policies map. I wasn't sure whether you needed Part D. Because if you're saying the tall building zone is as designated on the, is within the opportunity area as designated on the policies map.
I take your point, though.
Yeah.
Should we delete D?
I think so, because all it then does is repeat what your definition of a tall building is. So it's A, B and C. And then design considerations. You're cross-referencing to the London Plan policy. And then this might be the wording that you may be interested in terms of parts A, B, A, primarily EA, which is how the council are proposing to address the interface between tall building zones and adjoining areas.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you'd like to make any comments on that wording, Ms. Resky. Well, I'll come to you in a moment. Mr. Russell. Yeah.
Because I was looking at them.
Yeah. Mr. Russell.
Yep, thank you. The definition duplicates itself. So in A it says within opportunity areas, tall building is defined as 7 stories, etc. And then it says exactly the same thing for the definition outside, which I think it's helpful. It's helpful to have a definition that's just one.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, just have one definition, and then there's no confusion. Whereas if you were to delete D, you suddenly people would not understand what a tall building is outside an opportunity area. Do you see what I'm suggesting? Like, just have one definition, because it's basically the same height across the borough. There is no difference between.
Yeah, I think what the councillor is suggesting is D is deleted in its entirety. So you have the definition of a tall building is at A.
But it says within the opportunity area, a tall building is any building that's over 7. So that sentence is specific to the opportunity area.
No, I don't think that's the councillor's intention. I think they are defining what a tall building is across the borough.
Yeah, I mean we definitely I find it helpful if it was just defined as there's only one height that's a tall building, that the council's got a single definition for what's considered a tall building, just to make that clear that it applies across the whole borough and not just within opportunity areas.
So maybe that on part A you would delete within the opportunity area, so you just have a tall building is. Yeah.
I think so, because that would, if I could just.
There are risks, I think, in doing that now.
Pardon?
I think there are risks in going that far with amending A, because A is essentially the place where we say tall buildings are directed to tall building zones within the Harrow and Wheelston opportunity area.
Yeah.
So that implies outside they are not directed outside the opportunity area, and within the opportunity area, tall building is defined as 7 floors or 21 metres.
But there's no separate definition for a tall building outside of the what?
No.
No.
And they're not being directed outside the
No.
opportunity
So
area.
either you separate that out, part A, to make it 2 parts, then to make it clear. But I agree that you shouldn't have 2 definitions. It's duplication. And the fact that you're defining a tall building zone within the opportunity area, you don't have to then say there is no designated tall building zone outside of this. It's by default, it's obvious, isn't it?
I think that better reflects the London plan point we were talking about in the last issue, where the process is define what's tall, which you've done. You can do it in different areas, but you've chosen not to. You've got the same definition across the whole borough. So you can just say that's our definition of a tall building. Tall building zones are here, or there's one zone, and then people know what a tall building is outside of that area. So it sort of reflects the process, the steps that you have gone through.
I think listening again to what you said, Mr. Russell, are you suggesting we don't change A in terms of its content, but we rearrange A to say a tall building is any building that is 7 stories or 21 metres above ground level, etc. And then tall buildings are directed to the Harrow Wilson Town. So we reorder
to defining it and then,
we define it and then say where they're directed to.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm flagging this for the council. Part B says proposals shall not exceed the appropriate building heights as set out within the tall building zone. If you're suggesting that the footnote to the map on page 57 provides an extra tier of restriction that you're expecting decision makers to take into account, and I don't think that's doing that, if that's your intention with that additional text.
Okay. You pick that up. Callum, you pick that up.
I mean, that footnote is three more tiers of steps, if you like.
Are you pointing me towards the design considerations?
Yes, so in terms of, I think, just directing your areas of concern in terms of the interface between the tall building zone and the areas outside of that, this is what the council would be using to assess any proposals in that context, EA. So that's why I was kind of directing you to that wording.
Yeah, but it's, so A, yeah, it says appropriate both the application site and the wider context, especially where the proposal may impact areas of significantly lower density and height. But I think it also needs to say that something about them being lower size and density, but also outside the opportunity area. Because you've got different standards in the opportunity area. Doesn't say anything about those on the boundary, because in the opportunity area you've got low areas which are clearly contained within the opportunity area, but then the difference is those on the boundary doesn't say anything about boundary.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, isn't it, in terms of the theme that you've got in terms of public realm and how it interfaces with application sites and neighbouring boundaries, then that would be an appropriate addition there.
I thought it was picked up, Mum, in the in E small a as the application site and the wider context.
Yeah, the wider context. Well, especially where a proposal may impact areas of significantly lower density and height, where the tall building zones abut the, I'm not coming up with appropriate wording here, but where the boundary sits outside of the opportunity area. Some of these tall building zones, so for example, the one right to the north is up to, well, quite a few of them actually, including the Civic Centre one, is up to 18 stories. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the next thing. That's why I was looking at the map. Sorry.
Yeah, so let's have a look at your public realm one.
Inspectors. Well, I'm happy with the words you've added.
Yeah, I don't think abut is the right word, but I'm
And it
just
sits
thinking of the
outside, I
hoof.
think you said.
Pardon?
I wrote down where the boundary sits outside the opportunity area.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
happy with that.
Okay, so that would then,
Yeah, the reason I was looking at the map and not paying attention to the other part is because I had a further note to make when we were looking at the map and
Yep.
you were clicking on. In terms of context, again, we talked about this yesterday, but I don't think we concluded, well, in my case, I don't think it was concluded. So if we take a look at the map on page 57,
yeah,
and we put context into context, you've got the town centre, which is supposed to be, I think we had the three areas. You have the Wheelstone area, you have the Station Road area, and then you have the Harrow Town Centre West.
Yes.
And they have different, supposedly, I don't know anymore, they have different functions.
yes,
However, when you look at the allocation of the appropriate heights, 15 stories will be the, in this country, I don't think there's anything that's proposed to be 20 stories because that's an existing. So 15 stories will be the second highest height, and
Yeah.
18 stories would be the highest height.
mm-hmm,
So in terms of the context of that, this middle area is really an area that's supposed to join the two areas. Should it be given the same heights as 18 stories, which is in the town centre? If you look in the town centre itself, 18 stories in the middle, then 12 stories is the next highest. So,
Yep.
so in terms of the allocation of the heights, if you look at the overall context of the three areas, I don't know how you can possibly say it's contextually right to have 18 stories in a sub-area that's joining the two main areas, which is the same height as the ones in the town centre. Contextually, I don't know if that makes sense.
mm-hmm. I'll ask the council to respond on that. Mr. Bottomley?
I just wanted to add that we do have current application on the site. It's not, although the allegation was on going 15 stories, we're not going to be using 15 stories on right at the border because there's a whole host of some like to be easy design policies that already exist in the community plan and the emerging local plan that could impact. So 15 stories would always be in the centre of the site, removed from the edges, even if there's policy saying that. That's how applications work in terms of policy. So that's important to recognise that.
I don't think that's actually been specifically said anywhere, and people can be held to account to it if they decide to go outside of that. I think in terms of what you're saying is up, as far as it looks, it's up to the goodwill of the applicant whether they want to do that, because this area here on that map, that's all 15 stories after that. So I'm not sure if it's if an applicant came back and decided to have 15 stories all over the place, I don't know if there's anything that can really stop them.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I don't want to digress into
Yeah.
the specifics
Yeah.
of the application, but I'll ask the council to respond. So do you have any other new points to raise on GR4 other than the points that we've already covered? Because I will ask the council, I'll give them one final response on this policy.
No, the new point was just the contextual part of it.
Part,
that how
which
can
the council
18
could,
stories, yeah.
if they could respond on that point, please.
Thanks, Ma'am. Just before I answer, just in terms of that footnote on the map, just to be clear, we're going to move that into supporting text, just so we're clear, because that...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. The point in terms of Station Road being the link, obviously agree with that, and the difference in heights. I mean, in the Harrow Town Centre, there's an existing building that's 20 stories. Other than that, it's only the threshold or the appropriate heights will be 18. So the Station Road site is 15, and that's based on a lot to do with the size of the site and the fact that it can incorporate larger, taller buildings. What is useful is this, if I refer you back to EBDHO1, where we were speaking about section 5.11, there's the two maps. So the first one provides the overall map of the tall building zone. The one to the right sets out, again, sort of high level of site movements, and sort of how this evidence base would envisage buildings coming forward. So having the tall building zone there does not mean that from boundary to boundary it can be all one height. That the appropriate, whatever the set height is, for argument's sake, 15 stories would not cover the whole site. That's not the intention of the designation. This evidence base helps to direct that there are site movements that will need to be adhered to. When an applicant comes forward with a development, especially of a major scheme, it's going to go through our pre-app. Our development management colleagues will have this information. They will see they will understand what those site movements should be, and then in conjunction with what we believe that the policy set out to do is to protect, to make sure it's an appropriate design for the site and those movements, but then also how that interrelates with the wider area, regardless of whether it's opportunity area or not. That's the way the policy is geared to protect the lower density, so regardless of where it is.
But in the opportunity areas, the difference are more stark though, so I don't think it's comparing like with like. In the opportunity area, you have to be more careful because you are putting 15 stories there, and at less than 50 meters you've got 2 stories in what you call a suburban area with a special document that you have to protect those areas. So I think I don't know how you're going to manage the starkness of those differences.
I think I've got a note of your concerns, and I've got the council's response, unless you want to raise anything new, Mr. Sayers.
Just reference supporting text 2.4.4, the last two sentences, I think, cover the point where that's been made in terms of the opportunity area and the low-rise suburban areas within the proximity is often abrupt in terms of the change. So I think the policy recognises that.
Yeah. Can I just ask, is part F of the policy correctly worded? Or is there a not in the wrong place?
The intention of that is...
So, sorry, go on.
The intention of part F, what it's seeking to do is say that just because a building is not a tall building does not make it automatically acceptable.
Does not automatically make it acceptable. Oh, I see. It's like a double negative.
Sorry about that,
Yeah.
We could definitely try and wordsmith
Well,
that
I
one
think
about.
if you're changing this to be called your tall buildings policy, is part F necessary? Because
I think it's important to have that somewhere in the plan, but if you're suggesting that maybe we look for an alternative location for it within another
But it doesn't make sense to me. Proposals that do not meet the definition of a tall building, so you're not a tall building, So just because you're not a tall building doesn't mean that you will get planning permission.
It seemed that the time we were drafting this, and that was a useful clarification at the end of the tall building policy. If you think it's better located somewhere else.
Do not. I'll have a think about that. I'm not quite sure what's added that already isn't in GR1, SPO1.
Ma'am, if it's of any assistance, it's very similar to the wording in the London Plan, Policy D9, in the supporting text 3.9.3.
D9 or E9?
D9, sorry, of the London Plan. So supporting text 3.9.3 refers to possibly a slightly better worded version of what we've got here, but that's the intention of it, just to make that clear. It's just below the bold text.
Which part of 3.9.3?
This does not mean that all buildings up to this height are automatically acceptable. Such proposals will still need to be assessed in the context of other planning policies, etc., etc.
Yeah,
But
well, I think something positively worded. A double negative is quite hard to follow. Well, I'm finding it hard to follow.
Understood,
so,
ma'am.
yeah. So that's para 3.9.3. Okay, any other points on GR4, and then we will move on to GR5. Yep.
Historic England, in their response, said that in some areas where it's unclear, they suggest that other types of developments, such as mansion blocks or whatever, which are known to get density in a mid-rise area. I'm just wondering, has the council ever thought of doing something like that as a way to mediate between the areas around the boundary and the opportunity area? Because that's a mid-rise solution. I only thought of it as a historic England.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find their representation.
And in that area, there's already an example of something that's akin to like a mansion or kind.
2.5 on the historic England reps, GR4 building heights.
Oh yeah, we welcome you.
This document's got page numbers on it either.
Yes, I have, yeah. What's the council's view on that? Yep. Okay. So,
Basically about typologies, isn't it? Different typologies, and mansion blocks is an alternative way of achieving
Yeah.
density. Find a way of putting that in our supporting text, maybe.
okay. The council will draft something to that effect. Are there any other modifications that you need to refer me to in terms of this policy? sorry, so it's the amendment to protected views instead of local heritage views.
Yes, ma'am. Page 9 of the Statement of Common Ground. With historic
And
England.
then the would be of an exemplar design. Yeah. Have you used this reference to local heritage views in the site allocations? And if you have, can you make a note to check that and amend it accordingly? Yep, this is probably the last point though, because we still have quite a number to get through. Yeah.
There was a quote, sorry, I can't find it now, where they said where there will be tall buildings, it will be that only one in a set will, in that area, only one will reach that height, and then the rest will be subordinate.
I think that's probably, is it the footnote on page 57 to the map, where it says some but not all buildings could be tall in these areas. Of these tall buildings, only a minority should reach the maximum appropriate height.
And then there was something in the council's responses that reiterated it, and I had further questions about. Okay, so you say where you have a tall building, so only that says one, but you know from the studies that we looked at yesterday, the capacity studies, that isn't necessarily the case because we had a lot of clusters of tall buildings. However, I wanted to ask, in an area where there's already an existing tall building and you're using that, so that's how do you tell which one's the dominant one? Because the tall building is already there, should the subsequent buildings that come there not be dominant to the existing one? I mean, subordinate, as you say.
Okay, could I just check this is the last question on GR4 because we do need to move on. Thank you.
Yeah, it's in 13.13 for the council.
I think that's what,
Yeah, that's
she's referring to.
yeah.
13.13.1.
Yeah.
The third bullet point.
So my question is, where there's already an existing tall building and you're adding subsequent tall buildings, should the existing tall building not be the dominant one and the ones that come after be the subordinate? How do you tell which one's the subordinate? Because you're at a risk of two things competing.
It's a difficult question to answer because a tall building, we don't know the height. It's relative. If there's a building that exceeds the tall building threshold, as set by the London plan, but a site adjacent to it may allow a taller building, effectively it may not either. So it's difficult to say whether that would be the case, that we would say no because, or require a new build to be smaller, less height than an existing tall building. It all depends on the context, and certainly couldn't make a definitive statement on that now.
Doesn't the decision maker have to know how to make that decision?
That's for the policy wording, yeah. So that they would be using the policy wording to assess any proposals.
At the moment, Ma'am, I'm content with the text that which you referred to on page 57. I mean, that it says a minority would reach the maximum appropriate height. It may be one, but it may be more than one, a minority, and they would be assessed because they are taller buildings than the others around them. They become the dominant building in that sense, by design and height.
Mr Russell, is this a new point? Because we do need to finish on GR4.
Yeah, it's my last very quick point. I'd just say any tall building proposal, any planning application in general, will have to be assessed on its merits on a case-by-case basis. So I think there's a danger in trying to be too prescriptive with this map and the policy. I think the balance has been struck well in terms of the map. I don't think there's any indication that in any of the zones you can just lay out 18-storey buildings, as many as you want. And I don't think you need to be as prescriptive, which is hopefully reassuring to some of the speakers that these matters would be considered as part of a planning application. There'd be a design-led approach, design review, and a significant amount of scrutiny to ensure that the massing within a development is acceptable and relates to each other in an appropriate way. So I think the balance in terms of prescriptivity and flexibility has been struck, has been well. Is effective, and there doesn't need to be any more detail added.
Okay, so thank you for everybody's contributions on GR4. I will take all those away. The council have got a number of action points there, and I will also consider all the representations that have been made in relation to that policy. So GR4A is basement development, which I haven't listed on the agenda. I don't have any particular comments to raise on that one, GR4. And then I have listed GR5, which is the view management. So you're suggesting a modification here at part G, is that right?
It's the response to a representative that the term maximised should be
yeah.
removed and secured.
Is the reference, so 13.2.1, is the reference at part E specific to protected views? Right, this whole policy is to do with, well, the policy itself says view management. Part A refers to protected views as identified within the London Views Management Framework. And then you go on to say where there's a protected view. C is to do with protective views. D is protective views. And then you're saying E, no, is not in relation to anything to do with the protected view. But then part E forms part of the requirements for consideration of all developments and how it relates to if located within a protected view. So it has to be a protected view issue, isn't it? You can't just say development proposals in the background of any view should give context to landmarks. So should that be development proposals in the background of a protected view? Is that right, E?
So it would read development proposal in the background of a protected view should give context to landmarks. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, and then you reference the SBD. So GR6, that isn't going to be a quick thing, I'm afraid, so we might have to think about if we're coming back to that or not. I'm conscious your conservation officers here. Do you want to deal with HE1 today? I don't know what the officer's availability is like for next week.
Tuesday's fine, apparently.
Okay, do you want to have an attempt at GR6 then, areas of special character? Okay. Right, very concerned about this and the evidence base. When you said the other day, I think it was you, Mr. Sayers, you said we have areas of special character and areas of, did you say areas of local character?
Local areas of special character.
Is the same as an area of special character or
No,
different?
They are different.
Okay. So where's the policy for your local areas of special character?
Will be HE1, I believe.
HE1?
Yes, that's a heritage,
Okay.
historic environment policies.
Where is it in HE1? Sorry?
3.1.14 on page 91. The local areas of character. Effectively under part J of the policy, non-designated heritage assets.
J.
And then on page 91, there's a section non-designated heritage assets. 3.1.3, 3.1.4 refer to local areas of special character.
Right, well, we'll start with the areas of special character then. GR6. Sorry, can you just remind me the page number again? I've just, thank you. So, I was trying to, it's the evidence base on this. As I set out with 13.26. So you say there is no specific assessment relating to areas of special character, but their justification is considered appropriate because you've had them since 1986. Is that why?
For any help, actually, we've had them longer, since the 70s.
Right.
They were within the London Development Plan.
Okay.
And Harrow considered them at that time to be formally designated within the Unitary Development Plan at that time and carried through to the current local plan.
But so that's the basis of the evidence. We've always had them since whenever.
The basis of it is yes, because that's they were identified at that time as being important because of the elevated nature of them. They're very visible from within Harrow suburban areas. They offer opportunities for recreation, and they are landscape, very notable landscapes within the borough. So they've always had a level of protection. I suppose the way I would say that they are still justified is that they were found sound in the 2011-12 local plan. The annual monitoring report notes that there's only been one application that's been permitted through appeal within an area of special character, that was not, so there's only been one that would be considered unacceptable to the council. Therefore, those landscapes and their character and their value has not been eroded since the current local plan was adopted. It's that basis that we continue to seek their protection. Had the case been that we had multiple unacceptable or multiple developments considered to be unacceptable to the council, i.e. dismissed it, allowed it appeal, I think then we'd be in a different place in terms of the evidence base that underpins these areas.
So you're in a different place?
We would have been if we had a number of, if our annual monitoring report had set out that we had, there are a number of appeals that had been allowed in these areas, then a different view may be taken that the special strategic value of them had been eroded, but we're not in that place. We've consistently managed development in these areas successfully.
So this is where I'm confused, because you say 13.26.2 development has been managed to preserve or enhance the environmental, architectural, historic and landscape features of these elevated parts of the borough. And then when I asked you over the page, well, how does it differ from a conservation area, you say these areas that are landscapes of higher elevation. But it's the wider matter of appreciating the higher landforms that must be considered. And a conservation area is special because of it's a special architectural or historical interest, but that's what you say, why you have these areas. So which is it? What are you saying that they're special for?
What's the landscape, the elevated nature?
It's landscape.
It's the landscape that's different to being a conservation area.
Yeah, but you have conservation areas that cover landscape, that have that as part of the setting of the conservation area. That can be quite a major part of a conservation area. So the map that you produced, which wasn't that easy to read, I'm afraid it's probably the size that I've printed it off. So let me just pull that up. That's at Appendix 1. So Appendix 1, the following map demonstrates spatially the location of the 3 areas of special character and how they relate to the conservation areas. Have you got that map to hand?
Yes, ma'am.
So the blue is, just wasn't finding it very easy to follow. So blue boundary, all areas of special character.
That's correct.
So the Harrow on the Hill one, for example, has got to be at least 70% covered by a conservation area, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. And then the Harrow... just not sure how you can... I'm struggling to articulate myself correctly on this. You haven't produced any evidence on it. There's nothing for me to go on.
Mum, if I may comment, I do take your point on the evidence base for it. In terms of the title of GR6, Areas of Special Character,
Yeah.
it's an old title from way back when, as Mr. Sayers has explained, and I think the fundamental issue of this is the scale. Particularly, you referred to the Harrow on the Hill one, but it's largely also a conservation area. But the scale of these what are now currently called areas of special character would not normally be regarded as suitable for a conservation area designation. Notwithstanding the Harrow on the Hill one, but where these come from is that they are, I'm wondering if it would be clearer in terms of the policy description to call them areas of strategic landscape character, because they are about the scale of them and about the issues or the characteristics that make them up. In terms of Harrow on the Hill, it's the old hill fort that started on that site on an elevated location. That particular one is also the subject of a long-standing and rightly so strategic protected view within the borough, and from large distances outside of Harrow. You can see St Mary's Church.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but surely that's all covered by your viewing policy, isn't it?
The view is.
Yeah.
But the designation of these areas of strategic landscape character, they are the sort of building blocks, I suppose, in terms of the borough, in terms of its characteristics. They're highland, they're rising land, and they have been successfully protected over many years. Yeah, but I do agree that the evidence base for them is weak. So if you have doubts, then we will respond to your view on that. But I think they're misnamed now, because they're not got nothing to do with local areas of special character, which is the heritage issue. We'll come on to that in HE1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're designating an area where you're expecting that any applications are supported by TVIA assessments, then by default you must have that sort of evidence to support the designation. No, we don't. Okay. All right, I'll come back to you on that one then. Okay, and then HE1 then. So we're parking other matters, HE1. So HE1 is, do you have a page number? 87, thank you. Part D. This was just an issue in terms of consistency of the Act and the wording that you're using. I don't think the wording here is consistent with the relevant Act in terms of conservation areas. D. Yeah, well, particularly in relation to conservation areas. So that should be preserving or enhancing. So could you make an action for that one on HE? And then yeah, the reference to, that was sustainable enjoyment. That was my error, 13.34. Just seemed a bit misplaced in terms of a heritage policy. So the Act is quite clear in terms of heritage assets and what a policy needs to, what the requirements are. I don't think you could, for example, have a proposal that came forward for a building that wasn't doing anything in terms of preserving or enhancing the heritage significance of the building, but was going to enhance sustainable enjoyment, and that would meet the tests, would it? I don't think you mean that. So can you reword A to be in accordance with the relevant Act? So describing the significance is fine. So that was the concern at 13.34. And then part H is the policy effective. Oh, this was to do with archaeological priority areas. Okay, so the are local areas of special character shown on the policies map? They are. In which case then, I think you need the relevant reference within under non-designated heritage assets to give that policy effect in terms of the policies map. Okay, so then it's the remaining policies, if anybody has any comments to raise, GR7, 8 and 9. So, sorry, 7, 8 and 9, 6 we've dealt with. These three, I just felt that there was quite a bit of repetition between them. So we have a separate policy for shop fronts and forecourts, that's 15 criteria. Then outdoor advertisements, digital displays and hoardings. Fair enough, that's pretty separate. But then 9. And then external lighting. Is there any duplication you see there, or are you happy to take that one away and have a look at it and see if... I know that on the sports related policy you've deleted, or we've rationalise the reference to lighting. But I still think you might want to consider the effectiveness of those policies together.
GR7, GR9,
8 and 9.
and 8
8
as well.
and 9, yeah.
Well,
I think
we-
it was more the shop fronts
Yeah.
and it might come on to the Matter 8 session that we're
Yeah.
looking at in terms of what your retail policies are saying.
Yeah. Well, we can look at those three and try
Yeah.
to rationalise those. Take that as an action point. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any other points to raise in terms of what we've discussed this afternoon? No? Okay, well, thank you very much for everybody's contributions then. So that concludes the discussion on Matter 7. And we are back tomorrow for Matter 8, so just in the morning tomorrow.
Employment.
And then Matter 9 on Tuesday. So any housekeeping matters for the council?
Mum, no. I mean, I'm conscious we didn't go through the list yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't think today's the right time to do it because
No.
tomorrow we probably will have, I think, a bit more latitude.
Okay.
So we could find an appropriate moment to pick up yesterday's and today's.
Yeah. Just highlighting though that we will be departing at 1
By 1
o'clock.
o'clock.
Yeah,
That's
just to
fine.
allow for travel time. But okay, thank you for your contributions, and the hearing's adjourned till tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I've decided the only way